those are so cute. But my mom was like, you wear earrings, do you? And she's like, no. And then my niece was like, but I do. It's just out of nowhere.
Alright, let's see
Like she
if
was
this
playing
works.
with her other stuff, and all of a sudden she just parked up like, but I do.
It
I
seems to be
guess my
working.
niece will be wearing those pizza earrings.
Yeah, she's obsessed with Polly Pocket and a couple of other things at the moment.
Then my
So
other.
every time they come over, she's got something she wants to play figures with, right? So there's some days I'm all about playing dolls with my daughter all day.
Uh-huh.
And then other days I'm like, just go play by yourself. I'm not in the mood. I don't want to.
Yeah, then my other brother, my other niece is 10 months old. So I got to see her for the first time because again, it's a 10-hour drive. So and she was not very sure about me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're
Scared.
trying to take pictures, and she's like, like face palming me, like, no, get away from me.
Creepy big guy,
Okay.
no!
Like, I don't know about this guy. Like, get what is that? And like she reached out with her hand, and then she pulled her hand back, like, what's wrong with his face?
He's hairy.
Why is it fuzzy? What did I tell? What's going on? So it's like, okay, we're fine.
Oh, Aureolin,
I was like, she's crying. Take her back.
Captain says you should be wearing a fake beard, and then the stream will be complete.
Okay, hold on.
You
I got
crochet.
this.
You can knit yourself one of
Nope,
those.
I got one
beard
right here.
beanies.
Hold on.
She's got enough hair.
I'll
She
just
can make
hold
All
on.
right.
Here we go.
Dimebag Daryl style. Oh,
There we go.
I gotta wrap it properly. There.
That looks like an Amish beard. It's
yes,
perfect.
now she's Amish.
Yes. I have the
Yes.
dignified beard.
Yes.
Yes.
407 streams ago.
It is the more elegant and extremely impressive beard.
Hair.
This is the
Everybody's
only
hair.
way to grow your beard. This is a mustache beard. This is just a beard.
It's definitely better kept than either of ours.
Look, it's growing.
Dare
Whee!
you.
Look at that. I am the best of you all.
Mine's all curled up underneath itself right now.
I can
Maybe if
turn
I just-
my beard into a mustache.
Here we go. I'm just.
Here we go, loop-de-loo.
Mine's actually about that long, but it's just curled up.
Don't you
Follow
insult
my
beard,
wisdom,
Danger.
young Jedi.
I didn't insult your beard. Yours is longer than mine.
This beard just traveled like
My
1,000
beard is
miles, and I
amazing.
haven't had a shower yet, so it's a little messy.
I had a shower like right before stream, so my hair is extremely wet. It doesn't dry. That's why I put it up.
Oh,
Like,
there's
frick.
just a wet spot on the couch.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's just like, gosh, dang it, freaking wet.
Her hair doesn't have a chance to completely dry in between washings.
No, never. Not unless that's why I have to blow dry at least this, because at least then it'll be somewhat straight. Because if I didn't blow dry this, it would be like a curled, freaking wavy mess. It would just stick out in every angle and it looked like it's ready to eat someone. That's what my sisters used to do. We'd be like, my frizzies are hungry.
Gimme. I don't know why I thought about this for no apparent reason, but fun Christmas story. Earlier this year, my brother went and adopted a dog, and I guess it's been about a year now. And it was at the local adoption, whatever, APL, ASPCA, whatever they've got out there. And it was labeled as an Australian Shepherd mix. It is not an Australian Shepherd mix. It is an Anatolian Shepherd mix.
Oh no.
The huge difference between those two. So he now has like a 110-pound dog.
Oh gosh.
Because Anatolian Shepherds it looks like it's an Anatolian Shepherd and Mastiff mix.
Oh gosh.
He came in and laid on the couch. He was like, that looks like a Mastiff. He's like, it's an Anatolian Shepherd. Like, they said it was an Australian Shepherd mix. They were wrong.
It's a big boofer.
He's like, I knew it was big when he got it, but she was only a pup, and she was.
Get away from me. Go.
He's already got like a 90-pound pit bull that lives in the house.
So one of those dogs that doesn't bark at wolves.
Yes.
Boof.
Just walk in the room.
It just like sighs loudly, like, oof. It's like, big dog. He's like, yes.
I love those. When they're just like,
He had some problems when he first got it because it's been in and out.
Just changing rooms is enough to wind it for half an hour.
Yeah.
I have no viewers again. So lonely.
Like, bye. We wanted to see the ghost folks.
I had a miniature Australian Shepherd, and he was insane. It was the most hyperactive ADHD dog I have ever owned. He was super sweet, but you couldn't get him to pay attention to nothing.
Australian Shepherds are definitely high energy. They need a lot of run.
And he had a yard to run in. He was technically my dad's dog. He had a backyard, but that's the only place he wanted to be. You tried to bring him inside, and he'd just scratch at the door until he could go back out and just run laps.
My aunt just went out and bought a Aussie Doodle. It's an Australian Shepherd mixed with a poodle.
That's probably pretty cool.
So she's got Aussie Doodles now. And then I realized that those are like $1,500 to like $3,000 or $5,000. And like with average, a good breed's like a $2,000 dog.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm too poor for that. I ain't buying no dog. Or you just go find one like, hey, look, there's a dog. Come here, dog. You're mine now. Like, hello, stray dog eating out of trash cans. Here's a treat. That's how I get dogs.
If you don't give them the goofy haircut, poodles are cool dogs.
Yeah. So are shepherds. Do you know what this dog looked like? If you grew up in the same time. Did you watch Fraggle Rock?
Oh yeah.
It looks like the old lady, like the wisdom lady from Fraggle Rock.
Nice.
It's like, hey, look, it's the Fraggle Rock dog. Yeah, so I was like, what the hell is that thing? I was like, what's an Aussie Doodle? It's like, oh, so it's basically an unrecognized pedigreed mutt that you paid $2,000 for. Like you were too good for a golden retriever? Yeah. Not with that long-haired dog.
My brother and his wife have a golden doodle because it's hypoallergenic because it doesn't shed, so they don't want to have to, vacuum after a shedding animal, which is convenient.
I got a doodle.
I do think it's funny.
Sounds expensive.
I have no idea, but I mean, it was basically their child until they finally had a child, so.
Then they were like, the dog doesn't get along with the kid. Then they had to give the kid up for adoption.
Dog was here first. Get out.
Yep.
I was worried. I was worried about how their dog was going to get along with their kid because when my kids came over, she would do an intimidating charge at my youngest, and I did not like that. I was like, that is not okay. And I was worried, but she seems to be doing okay so far with their baby, so
that's good. Yeah, the Willow and Skylar are 8 days apart. Willow's a week older than Skylar, and she's always been great with both kids.
I mean, my cats are super patient with them.
Yeah.
I think he knows, like he's like helped raise them, and so when
Yeah.
my son comes over and like grabs him and insists on snuggles and kisses, he just kind of sits there and is like, "All right, come on,
Fine.
are you done? Stop. That's enough. All right."
It'll be over soon. Bear
He's
through it.
so patient. I'm every time they get scratched, I'm like, I am sure he warned you multiple times.
Yeah. That's always been my thing too. Is like we've always had really patient animals around the kids.
Yeah.
So when they do get scratched, and they come up and tell me about it, I'm like, okay, but what did you do?
Right. How much were you grabbing them?
Yeah.
I don't know why it scratched me. I didn't do anything. I just poked it in the eye while it was pulling on its tail.
It's like I'm
Let it
sure
scratch
you were.
me.
I'm sure you were warned multiple times.
I was just chasing him around the house and then gave him a giant hug. I don't know why he lashed out.
Now,
I think I
Willow,
do.
Willow's never growled or anything at the kids. She's scratched them trying to play.
Uh-huh.
You know, she gets overexcited and starts pawing and stuff, and you know, the dogs can't retract their claws, so things happen.
That's
There's been a couple of times the cats got cornered for a hug, and a kid got scratched over it.
I
my mom
want
has
you,
a couple
small
of cats
human!
that are fine, and a couple that are like crazy, like don't touch me. And then
Hey, it's a
and wild
dragon's
dragons
boy.
appeared.
It's a birthday boy!
What's up?
Like 16
I
minutes in your time zone.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which
It's
is only
so
about 15
bright.
minutes. Might have to get our bottles out, Danger. Get ready.
Yeah, I better go prep mine actually.
Better
Bring it
go
out
get
now.
it and get my cork puller out.
I've got my bottle!
I didn't know if I was going to
That's why Aureolin can talk.
have a corkscrew or
Right?
if I was going to have
I don't
to.
feel pain right now.
Me neither, because I just put on some arthritis gel on my back.
Oh yeah. You
I
gotta
like
you
the,
gotta get that emu oil. It sounds
I
like
like the
black
lidocaine
magic,
cream.
but it's real and it works fantastically.
I use the lidocaine cream.
I'm too weak.
And wake Chrono up again. Open my bottle, please.
He gave it to me closed. My shoulder is too weak for this.
She just pulls out a hammer and just smashes the top off of it.
I might need to. The tendonitis in my shoulder says, nope, you can't twist that hard. Ah! Gosh dang it.
Right back.
Thrill help.
So you have to make it down there in like 10 minutes.
Right? I can't open it. Help me.
One of us needs to drive 4 hours south real quick and get the bottle open.
Go find the vice script.
I can't open it.
Aureolin's stream changes to her in the garage with vice grips and the bottle and a vice.
Angry Orchards are twist off, aren't they?
I don't know. I always use a bottle opener. I'm not sure if they are or not. They probably are.
I'm not sure
Maybe,
either.
but
I
I
thought they
can't
were.
open this freaking bottle. What is happening? What is wrong
He's
with
gonna go
you?
wait
No,
for
that's
No,
not.
that's just
That's
funny.
not Angry Orchard. What is that?
That's my bottle of magic.
Her bottle of fermented grapes.
I'm gonna get the cage started here at least, so I don't
Alright.
have to.
Maybe if I
Mess
use
with
the
it. Yes.
blanket.
I-
Oh! A wild Chrono has appeared!
He can sense
Save
it.
me,
See?
husband!
Meant for each other. He's like he can
How
just
do you
feel
make
it.
it look so easy? Is my tendonitis that bad?
There
Holy
was a disturbance
frick!
in the force. His hubby sense was tingling. He was just like,
Don't walk away! It's spraying on
open bottle. Now the question is, does she have a glass or is she just gonna bottle it up?
me! It's gonna spray on me. It was
What
bubbly.
does this do?
Giggity.
Oh
Hey,
no.
you bougie
Thing.
people like Danger. What is this thing for?
Oh no.
What's the claw
Oh
for?
no.
Is that for?
Is that just for doing like
Slicing?
this?
I guess.
Oh
It's
no!
too fancy for
I
me.
need a napkin.
My other one had just like a knife on it.
I need a napkin.
Hey, Happy New Year, Skirst. We got
Sticky
10 minutes
That doesn't
left.
work.
fingers.
We're sitting here waiting to
Chrono,
pop
come
the
sit.
bottles.
It's almost time. He's just like dejectedly shaking his head at me.
He can just stay up now.
I want to cry now. How am I that weak already? My poor shoulder.
This isn't working at all.
I need to work out.
All I know is I'm making a mess on my desk.
I got mine open. I don't know what your guys' problems are.
Yeah.
Well, the cage is open. I haven't actually popped the cork yet. I'm waiting to see if the cork just pops itself.
It will if you
Giggity.
let it sit there long enough.
Yeah, I've got the cage sitting over it a little bit. It's got room,
Yeah.
but I haven't shaken it or anything, so we'll see.
It'll still pop up if it gets warm enough within the next like 9 minutes.
It might.
This isn't OnlyFans, Danes. You can't be popping your cork on stream.
I'll pop my cork wherever I feel.
That's right. Dragons, next time you go for a gym selfie, you need to let me know so I can do some squats or something.
Okay.
I gotta get back in shape. Gosh,
I'm
I
gonna
feel
do
like
sit-ups.
pathetic.
Yeah, he
Well,
doesn't go for
cork
workouts. He
more
just
things.
goes for the gym selfie and leaves. Buys a smoothie while he's
Well,
there.
maybe that can be my excuse for 10 reps. Like, I mean,
You act like my gym's not in my office. How would I get a smoothie in my office?
the
Some
gym
gyms
is in
have-
your office?
Well,
You get one of
it's
them
downstairs
fancy
from the
employers,
office.
huh? Our
So-
corporate
Fancy.
office is
So
like
the
that.
office, like, lets you guys have access to it kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Our corporate
Oh,
office is
Everyone
like
who
that.
works in that building, because it's a bunch of different offices, has access to the gym as well.
That's
feel like-
nice.
I feel like a gym like that should probably have a little bit of a Jamba Juice inside. Is all I'm saying.
You just want Jamba Juice.
I like Jamba
Yes.
Juice. It's good.
I haven't had access to a gym since I left the armory.
I don't.
The armory,
Yeah,
not the army. The armory.
the armory. That's where
that where you
we
work
went to
out of
drill.
treadmills
Like,
for almost 6 hours.
That's the army.
that's
We don't need
the
guns in our
army.
armory. We're gonna put in treadmills.
We
How is
treadmills
2022,
and-
Kirst? Is it any better than 2021 so
Yeah,
far?
fill us in on the future.
How's it looking?
Well, it's
how's
time
it
traveling.
None of my
don't
friends
care
are
if
viewing
it's,
me. I'm just lonely on my page.
I'm here.
It says
Oh.
I don't
0
care
viewers.
if it's a cheap bottle. It sure does look pretty
He's like,
though.
oh,
You broke.
oh, I am
Wait,
watching.
Wait. This is perfect because
You're first. This because no one loves me.
That's it. Aureolin, make me a mod so I can delete Danger's comment and be first.
Well, maybe if you were fast enough.
Now, Danger, does your cheap wine have a fancy name like Mia Dolce? Permonte?
Mine does. It's called sparkling.
mine is
Prodotto d'Italia. Mia
Ballatore.
Dolce Permonte.
Black bottle of
Sure
mystery
does look pretty.
potion.
This is won over 250 awards.
Oh.
You have to
Is it
say it like a
Prosecco?
sexy girl so that you're selling it, okay?
Yes.
Ballatore.
Nope, that's a man.
Over. Yeah, I'm not a sexy woman. I'm
You gotta be a sexy woman.
Do it.
I can't.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys.
See, he's got it.
200.
I'm buying his.
I mean,
Oh, it's so hot in here.
that's fine.
Woo!
Grand
Oh no, I think I left something over here.
Spumante.
Oh no, I dropped something. Oh, I have to lean forward.
I don't think
Hey,
I want some. I don't think I want something.
What?
Spumante.
Permonte.
Owen,
Yes.
how can a room full of married people be empty?
Because they're all dead inside.
That's a good one,
courtroom.
but no, because there's not a single person in the room.
I
That's
don't
dumb.
get it.
I get it.
Hey,
It's
Until
a
you have
room full
kids,
of
you
married
can't make
people,
those
so
jokes.
it's a room full of married people, so there's not a single person in the room.
Those jokes are reserved for dads only. You stop it. You stop it right now.
Wait, so you're implying nobody's married? I don't get it.
Yeah, there's not a single person in the room.
But I'm married.
So you're not single.
Could be. We don't know what the
What?
status is.
Oh my god.
I guess Aureolin doesn't get it.
Repeat
Bring
it.
Chrono out here. He'll get it.
He
He drank.
left.
He's had too many hard ciders.
I think he's put up with me because, yeah, too many.
The
I
fun
came and
story.
woke him up, and he didn't like how I woke him up.
A friend of mine's.
All tag, wake up!
No.
Friend of mine's husband is English
It was
is not
much
his
nicer.
first language.
At least I thought so.
She just jumped on him, put a knee on his chest, like, get here and fix stuff.
Hey, I need you, but on the computer.
She was like, I woke him up very nicely. I just leaned over and stared in his face, and then was like, hey, hey, are you awake?
Do you want to taste my cider?
Yeah, friend of mine with her husband having English as a second language. He was working construction, and he hurt his hand, like hurt his finger, and the co-workers, the other construction workers, like, oh, you know what to make that better is if you just go home to your wife and put your finger in cider. And he went home and he stopped at the store and bought some apple cider and put his finger in a glass of apple cider because English he didn't get the nuance of the construction workers joking with him on the job site.
And he thought they meant
So
actual cider.
They thought so. He went home and put his finger in. And his wife was like, "Why did?" Okay, he's like, "What are you doing?" And he told her, and then she started laughing at him. It's like, honey, that's not what he meant. That's it was, but I always thought that story was hilarious. He also referred to possums as smiling rats because he couldn't figure out what the English term was. Where he was like, you know, I saw the rats with the smiling rats.
You know
Where's
the
he
I will
from?
now only be referring to possums as smiling rats.
You know the funny
Where-
thing is like I
Spanish. He's from
Spanish,
Puerto
okay.
Rico originally, but Spanish is his first language.
Okay.
I know somebody who like they hurt their thumb, they cut it, and so they like self-care taped it up, really tight,
That's
and by the time they took the tape off, their thumb had died. So they
Ooh.
ended up having to get their big toe transplanted onto
I've seen
their
that.
hand. And it was just one of those moments where it was like, dude, if you just gotten stitches, like
Just go to the
tape
doctor.
mine up.
You
I
just
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 put
go
like a
in
paper
and
towel
get
around
the
it, tape it,
stitches. I mean,
then like use butterfly stitches on
yeah,
stuff like that. but
even if you just butterfly stitch it or just stitch it yourself, like that's so much better than tourniqueting your own finger.
yeah,
Like,
no
Yeah.
tourniquets.
gosh.
Should we?
Could he
we got
not
about a minute
feel it
left.
dying,
Should we
like-
open our bottles
Oh.
now and pour a glass?
Yeah,
or-
probably. Prep yourselves.
And cheers on New Year's, or should we wait to open bottles?
I say
Okay.
2 minutes, but
Well,
Well, got 2 minutes.
you're
I
probably
say like a minute and 5 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, you probably have a countdown, so I'll default to you.
No, I'm off by about 1 second, I think. So
far,
now
mine's
watch Danger shoot his eye out.
Here it
You can't have champagne for
comes.
Christmas.
You
You'll
gotta
shoot your
point it
eye
at
out.
your face. Catch it with your mouth.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do.
Catch
I thought
it
it-
with your mouth.
I thought about sabering it, and then I decided against that idea.
Just like the redhead.
Mine won't
Come
out
on.
at all. Isn't this supposed to have a fancy lip on it to pull this out or something?
I thought these wanted to come out. Jesus, it's being rude. Well, she's already drinking.
Well, mine doesn't count, but I can double. Here we go.
Ooh.
I'm afraid to shake it. That's not going to be...
Danger.
Huh?
Turn it away from your face
It's not...
and
It's not pointed at my face.
And
Point it
point
at the
at your
tree
crotch.
and see how many you can knock out.
You're supposed to fill wine glasses up all the way, right? And then
Let's see
chug
what
them down.
happens. Yes.
It's only like 6% alcohol. It's like a beer. Oh,
First bottle of
that's
champagne?
pretty. No, I've
Oh,
got
Oh
it.
no, we're
no.
too late! You're too late! Happy New Year!
Danger popped his cork on New Year's. Woo!
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 That was the plan all along.
Woo! I was like, hey, that's not bad
Cheers.
until the aftertaste hit, and I was like, ew. That's not whiskey.
Well, now she's double fisting.
I have to.
Oh. Oh wow, that's not
Tangy.
bad.
Chrono failed me.
No. But Danger, did your cork have fancy filigree on it?
All right, now dragons, sign into
Look at that.
Pokemon, and I'm gonna trade you a mystery. Yes.
No, I got one of these stupid corks.
I don't even have my Switch.
Oh,
light.
okay. That's
Yeah.
right.
Mm,
Aureolin earplugs.
why would you travel
Danger,
without it?
Danger, I got
Well,
a Switch and Pokemon for Christmas.
Because when
Don't
I
tell
started the
Aureolin.
day, I assumed my car was
Yes.
going to be fine.
Mind that at all. That's not bad.
Anytime I travel anywhere, it's like, let me just bring my Switch.
It's actually better than most of the white wines
Oh.
I had. It's not as dry.
Here come the explosions.
Yeah, I'm hearing them in the background. In here, too, I can hear fireworks and stuff going off. Time to go outside and just open fire into the air. Like, brap, brap, brap.
Oh, I can't wait to get back to the woods.
We
I
don't
was
have
expecting to be there by now. This is ridiculous.
Can't wait, because then
What
on
you
New
guys are
Year's
hearing, I don't
Eve, all
hear
you
a
hear
thing.
is banjos and pigs squealing.
It's way
We don't
more
have anything going
comforting
off
than
here.
freaking random explosions.
I told my brother that we were driving and we went through West Virginia, and I was like, oh, we're coming into West Virginia. I was like, but if I hear banjos, I'm turning around. And I don't think he got my joke at all.
I want to try something. I'll be right back.
The trick is
Uh-oh.
to keep going.
Well, crossing from there, I'm in the narrow part of West Virginia, so you're only there for like 30 minutes. Then I'm in Maryland, the West Virginia-y part of Maryland.
Yeah, I love
Or the other
explaining.
side, it's the West Virginia-y part of Pennsylvania, Pennsyltucky.
It's kind of like how I explain to where in Illinois I am to people.
The Kentucky part.
You're basically, it's like I'm closer to Missouri and Kentucky than anywhere else in Illinois.
Illinois.
The ones that bother me the most.
Mountain land.
I was talking to some.
Yes, I do live in Mountain Land. Thank you.
I was
Aureolin's
talking to
in the
some
part where
people
the glacier
from,
stopped.
Canada.
Right. I'm down there where the Trail of Tears and the Haunted Indians are.
Cahokia.
I'm with the Indian ghosts. There's a lot of places around down here where you can still
Mhm.
find arrowheads and stuff.
Yeah. I was talking to some people from Canada a couple weeks ago. They're like, so where are you from down there? I'm like, oh, I live in Illinois. And they
Chicago?
immediately said, oh, Chicago, nice. I was like, I am not from
Yeah.
Did you ask them what part of Canada they were from and just respond, oh, Toronto?
Pretty much.
I always say, like, when people are like, where are you from? I'm like, Southern Illinois?
Like, guys, there's more.
They're like,
to
oh, you
Illinois
mean
than
Peoria?
Chicago.
Oh.
I feel like if you're not Chicago, you should just say Southern Illinois.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
not. That's what's like, oh, you're below, what's that, 57 that runs across up there? Like, oh, if you're below I-57, you're from Southern Illinois.
Oh,
I told somebody once I was from Central Illinois, and they're like, oh, and they're like, where's that? And then they,
Centralia?
I told them,
The Illinois is
okay.
real creative with their names.
I had a friend who was
Centralia, Vandalia.
from Southern Illinois area, and somebody from Chicago, they're like, where are you from? And they're like, what part of Illinois? And they're Southern Illinois. Like, oh, you mean like Peoria? He's like, that's not Southern Illinois.
Sure.
Like, it's south of Chicago.
Why
Hey,
not?
Danger.
Peoria is north of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want to know how bad the fires were yesterday? Over 1,000 homes burned in them.
Ooh. Well, now you're just bringing our mood down.
Thrill, do you have any bitters?
Now,
Well, I got a better question.
probably.
Dragons,
Aren't you
you
in,
still
like,
on a
the-
no
Aren't you in
female
like the
kick?
urban area there?
Yeah, why?
Well, then why do you hang out with me?
Because you're married, so
You're
there's
one of
no
the-
problem there.
I'm
You're one of the
married,
guys.
so I'm not a woman.
You're one of the guys.
Yep.
You
You're like one of the boys.
I feel like I need to flash you right now, but that would be extremely inappropriate.
That's not okay for Twitch. Don't do that.
That's-
Yep, I'm
that's
one
not
of the boys.
You
My
can.
buddy Chuck has bigger ones.
It doesn't matter.
Watch out.
Hey guys, we rolled in the New Year's together.
You guys will be exchanging DMs. I'm telling Chrono. Like, and so then she flashed him, and he sent her a picture of his collarbone.
My collarbone. Like this.
I love
There's
collarbones.
nothing special about this.
I
He's like,
can't
"Yeah,
even
give me them
see it.
traps."
Come on, pull it down more.
Give me them traps.
This is my collarbone. I don't have a neck, okay?
Where's the dimple? I got a giraffe neck.
I have a tattoo somewhere. It's on that side. There's your
You
tattoo.
gotta get closer to the camera. I want to see
Lean in. You gotta show
collarbone.
collarbone. We've come into a collarbone stream. This is weird.
Yes, collarbone.
I don't. I don't
need to
have.
draw it.
I have like I have muscles on my collarbone. That's
Lies.
what that is.
There's no
I can't
muscles
see
on the
mine either.
collarbone.
What if I flex them? There we go. How's that?
Oh,
Yeah.
Look
Mm.
there. Ah,
Now it's Danger's
ah,
turn.
oh, do the Hulk Hogan.
I showed you my tattoo
I have
already.
a
But
tattoo. somewhere, too.
collarbone, not tattoo.
My tattoo's
That's
too low to
not.
get
I
to.
mean
It's right
collarbone.
there.
Collarbone.
It's right there.
You're showing me neck muscle, neck
I don't know what you want
tendon,
me to.
collarbone.
He wants
right
this
here.
part.
Get
the bony
closer.
part right there. That part you can. I'm too fat for you to see it.
Now you can see
That
it.
Hey.
beard's in the way. See
Yeah.
that knobby part right there.
Yeah.
You don't like
I-
the traps.
I don't know.
You like
Collarbones.
just that knob there.
That's my thing. Some people it's feet. Some people it's collarbones and eyes, I guess.
For some people, it doesn't need to be feet.
For Danger, it's showing people his feet.
No.
I don't think I. Well, I don't really have a thing. I mean, there's
Danger.
multiple female parts of the
Hmm.
anatomy. They're like, yeah.
For some people, it doesn't need to be feet. I agree with you on that one.
Mm.
Oh no, I mean, there's definitely some
'Cause,
people who really don't like feet.
No, I mean I don't like to kink shame people. Like everybody's got their thing, but feet's weird. Okay, feet is weird. If that's your
No,
thing,
you want to hear a weird comment?
I
Hold on.
concur.
No,
Let me
I do
find it.
not. Refuse.
You're gonna hear it anyway.
I still just want to know why it's okay that I'm an okay girl, but there's no okay girls out there. Like I don't understand.
you're not from Colorado.
Yes.
But my sister's out there, and my sister-in-law is out there, and I mean they're both married, but they're
That
good
doesn't ma-
ladies.
That doesn't make you from Colorado.
No, we're
Yeah.
not from Colorado.
All right. Hey,
Where
Danger.
is
So that just
my-
means that Dragons needs to
Right.
move to Illinois, right?
No.
Maybe Missouri. That's close enough.
No. Definitely not Missouri.
Oh,
You can go to the
come on.
Ozarks.
East St. Louis. Everybody loves East St. Louis.
Okay, bye.
Definitely the place to be.
Hey, Danger.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear the most disturbing comment I've ever gotten?
Does it involve feet?
Yes.
No.
Too bad. I'm telling you anyway.
Okay.
Her feet have slender firms that are quite long, therefore perfect. Under the firms, there is a slight curve that makes the delicate and sinuous feet super hot. The sole of the foot is slender with a well, accentuated curve suitable for making the member run. The heels are well proportioned to the soles of the feet, so an excellent size 36, therefore perfect. Then they are quite thin on the neck, so they are extremely feminine and exciting. Her slender ankles that go very well with her fabulous feet. These are my feet.
What are firms? That is not a scientific term for a foot.
I don't know, but someone
Oh, no.
complimented my feet, thinking they were apparently women's feet.
All I
Let's
know
see
is
show.
just mad now because I saw
What?
Aureolin look at hers I can't get mine past my waist. I'm like,
I'm sitting on mine.
I have a freckle
I
on
have
mine.
shoes on. I'm never barefoot.
There is no way I could move my feet up right now.
I don't
I
feel
have
pain
hobbit-
right now, so my hip doesn't hurt, so I can do this.
I have hobbit feet.
Me too. I
What's
take my
wrong with
boots off to
that?
shower and sleep, and that's it. Otherwise, I've got
Ginger.
shoes and boots on.
I have a question to you. You've seen the videos.
What
the,
videos?
The dog licking feet videos?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do those feet look feminine at all?
Oh,
Gonna be honest, I mean, like, I had the video on, but I didn't really pay attention to your feet.
he was too busy licking the screen. He's like, feet.
You posted a video of a dog licking your foot and didn't
Well,
expect
yeah, it's
comments like
Danger's fault. He
this?
told
Wait. Multiple times.
it's Danger's fault.
No, that's Chef's fault.
Oh no, it's Chef's fault. That's right.
The trash videos were my fault.
Hey, the trash videos were like top tier quality.
The only
So
trash video I
Dragons
want to see
is
is you
officially
popping out of a trash can like Oscar the
304.
Grouch.
Ha!
No.
Yes.
Look
No.
at this dog licking my foot.
Maybe that's what my OnlyFans should be instead of just shirtless dad jokes.
Do you
Probably.
want to talk? Do you want to talk about the thumbnails that you used for the dog videos?
Hey, they are perfectly fine thumbnails, okay?
Did Danger make those too?
Nope, I had nothing to do with those.
Good.
Well,
Just
you
about
kind
to
of did, because
lose
I was like,
some
hey, should I use this?
respect.
And you're like, yes. I'm like, okay.
I had nothing to do with any of it. Do not bring
I
me.
asked you.
I thought you
was
just
like,
said that
should I
you
just, like,
influenced it.
Don't bring. No, hit the trash videos. I influenced the trash videos.
What
No,
trash
but I also
videos?
asked you. I was like, should I just make this like full on clickbait?
I don't
And
know.
you're like, yes. I'm like, okay.
Well, okay.
I'm too old for this conversation.
sounds like
with
it-
your
that
feet and
sounds
your
like
trash
a long
videos
time.
and
He
your,
pretends he is not our age.
and your tickety
You
talks and your,
youngsters!
and your book
Get off
faces
my lawn!
and-
All of a
Hey,
sudden,
all I'm saying is
his
we
2
are now
years
the
older
30.
is suddenly a big deal.
we're now the 30s and up club.
Woo!
all.
Welcome! The rest of us
Now
are
that-
like 30 and a half up in club.
NDP hurt his back, and it'll be like that for 3 weeks.
Now you have earned the right to complain.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
Everything's so loud. Why is everything so loud?
the rest of us are over 35, but it's
See,
whatever. It's fine.
You
I feel
missed
like I
showed
doomed
everybody my
myself to
flight stick
early
that was older than
complaint.
NDP, but now it's not older than NDP because he's 30.
I doomed myself to early complaint by agreeing to have children
Something just
earlier
broke.
than I wanted to.
Yeah, I can agree with that statement.
Well, they are like parasites. They just suck all the calcium out of you and all the healthiness.
You know what? The first time I got pregnant, that's what I told my friends. I said, I've contracted a parasite. I said, and I've heard, the doctor tells me that it, as the end of its development, it comes out and you can name it and everything.
And apparently some people dress it up and put bows in on it and just
They were like,
Weird
what?
people.
And I was like, I'm pregnant. Like, oh.
they treat the parasite like it's a poodle or something.
It's technically a parasite.
That's what I always told people too. Like, oh, you got a parasite.
My favorite definition of having a kid was from Scrubs. Carla was trying to convince Chirk to have their first kid, and she was like, having a kid is basically just like having a dog that slowly learns how to talk. and then Chirk just thinks for a second, he's like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Turk, shirtless, dressed like a pimp, or JD ordering an appletini, I don't remember anything else about Scrubs.
I mean, that's what I told
Easy on the teeny.
Chrono whenever we had our kids. I was like, it's exactly like training a pet. It's just that they learn more. more.
There's more to teach them.
It's just that
It's
nowadays
like
a lot
training
of
a
people
pet,
don't even
except they talk
realize.
back.
Yeah, I was like, except nowadays a lot of people don't even train their pets. So.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even train their kids anymore. Shoot.
No, that's what I mean.
True.
Like, if you're not going to train your pet, why would you bother with a kid? It's more long term.
Little Jimmy's a free spirit.
I don't
Thrill-
want to tell him no. Let's see how
Little
that
Jimmy's
goes
a
for
free
you.
spirit. Well, little Jimmy is now
Yeah.
little Jenny.
Little Junior son of a bitch just needs to go away. I'm tired of him over here running around knocking stuff off people's table. Like, but Denny's trying to eat a meal and he's just running around knocking over plates and spoons and salt shakers and screaming like, "Get out of here!"
What the
Yeah.
heck
Thrill-
is wrong with your kid?
If you've got it, this is a little bit better with a dash of bitters in it.
I do, but I don't know. It's somewhere. I don't
Hey,
feel like
Danger.
going to the fridge and getting it. This isn't that bad. It's better than some of the
I've had
other
worse.
wines that I've had.
I've had way.
It's not
worse.
as dry as Prosecco, so
See, I like dry though. Like the
I
dry.
don't know why I want to smell it like it's like I'm drinking a bourbon. I'm like
Yeah,
swirling it
all
and smelling it. Like,
I smell is bubbles.
I never
Hey,
got a
Aureolin.
straight answer.
it smells sour.
Aureolin,
What?
did you hear about the mummy that they found on an expedition that was covered in chocolate and nuts?
No.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure it's the
that's
Ferrero
my
Rocher.
joke. That's my joke. You're stealing
It's a
my
TikTok.
joke.
No, I said it yesterday.
No, I said it yesterday.
I guess we both said it yesterday.
I want to hold this way, and then I want to go light a cigar. Just
I want a cigar. Just
Yeah,
come
get
over
one of
here. We'll stream from over here. It's fine.
get one of them fancy Uncle Buck cigars.
Ooh yeah.
I never got a straight answer from Dragons, though. Still don't understand
For
why
what?
all the lady hate, but you don't seem to hate me. I don't understand.
You do go after the women quite a bit.
I go after 304s. I don't go after actual women. Right?
You just kind of target whoever you happen to target that's female.
I don't agree with that actually.
I hate people. I don't care about anything else. If
You don't
they're
agree
people,
with
I
what?
hate 'em.
Just the whole. We'll say 304 because Twitch is too stupid to figure out what a 304 is. But if they're
Reported.
happy doing what they're doing, who cares?
Oh, no.
It doesn't affect me. Shouldn't affect you.
I guess because it's funny when they decide to try and clap back.
So you're looking for a reaction?
Sure. Yeah,
I am.
I mean, I guess, but at the same time, like, who gives a shit?
I also haven't done it in the last week or so anyway.
That makes sense, though, because you used to poke at me a lot, and then when I wouldn't respond, you kind of stopped.
I do things for the reaction. If I don't get a reaction, then I'm bored.
But you do it specifically to the girls.
Yeah, the only one you posted that actually bothered me, and I just left it alone because it wasn't worth getting into, was the breastfeeding one.
Mhm.
Because,
that.
yeah, I've been in the situation where I had to watch my wife go into the bathroom to feed our daughter in a restaurant. I'm like, yeah, that's not okay. They should just be able... breastfeeding shouldn't be an issue.
I mean, especially if you have a coverall or something.
I was gonna say, I know. There goes Aureolin.
Stupid thing.
I'll teach you.
The
Nobody wants
thing.
to hear a woman's perspective on female issues.
Screw you all!
We're replacing you with a 72-year-old white-haired man to talk about female problems.
I see how it is. I specifically deleted it before it got full, and it's like, nope, I still hate you.
I'm still full. Screw you.
I deleted it. It's already deleted.
I was gonna say, all of my
issue?
family, if they breastfed in restaurants, they just would bring a blanket cover.
Blanket, yeah.
Yeah, I had one of those throw over things, but people frown on that. They still just, they're like, what are you doing? Like, is there a baby under there? Is your boob out under there? It's like, yeah, but you can't see it. What's your issue?
I mean, even if you can't see it, that's not sexualized in the slightest. Like,
That's the problem, though, because people do sexualize it.
mhm.
And it's like,
But they
you're kind
shouldn't.
of
You're
messed
literally,
up.
yeah. That's a them problem. Like,
Yeah.
you're literally feeding a child. That's it. But
My kid is
It's on an
hungry. I'm gonna
airplane.
feed it. Like,
yeah,
sorry.
Right before the pandemic.
For being a good mom. My bad.
right.
No, you starved that child, all right?
Right? Like, it's crying and hungry.
Don't you feed him. You shake it and say, you shut up, baby.
No, they're
Wait
like,
until
go
we get to the
shut
bathroom."
yourself in a disgusting bathroom stall
Yes.
and do it in private. Like, what? Can't I just feed my kid?
It sucks that your child's hungry, but you're making me uncomfortable. So stop.
My bad.
It depends on the age of the child. That's when I have a problem.
I mean, once they hit 20, there's an issue.
Ma'am, like your kid is pulling your own shirt up and unclasping your bra. I think it's time to stop with breastfeeding, okay?
Well,
I was
no,
on a...
I mean, Skylar was doing that at 2, so...
I was like, I had one friend who was like, when they can come up to you and ask for it, then it's wrong. And I was like, but my daughter was spitting out full sentences by 1. So what do you
Yeah.
want from me? Like,
I mean, people don't understand that hyperlexia is the thing.
Right?
I'm slightly dyslexic, but Hunter's on the spectrum, and he has hyperlexia. He taught himself to read at 3 years old.
right.
He was speaking sentences at like 9 months old. Like,
Yeah.
people don't get it.
That's how my daughter
Well, that's
was.
pretty cool.
Full sentences with conjugations before she was even 1. And
Mhm.
she was my first kid,
30
so
years
I didn't...
later, and it's hard to get like 2 words out of me.
I was like, she was, my first kid, so I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, oh, good job, sweetheart. Like, that's a good word,
Hey, Ninja.
And
Thank you, buddy.
other
Bah.
people are like, holy crap, she shouldn't be able to do that. And I'm like, really? And then it wasn't until I had my second that I realized, oh, yeah. That was different.
That's how it was when we sent Hunter to his first daycare. They sent home a note. It was like, yeah, he's been reading to himself.
Yeah. Like,
He
yeah,
shouldn't be doing that.
why not?
Like, sounds like he's advanced to me. It's like, yeah, no.
Right.
I don't know. I don't have enough medical knowledge. I was like, you just go off like what you see as other people do. It's like, I don't know what I would say 2 is definitely is a good shut off, but I feel like most people start to cut off around like, what, 1 to 18 months. But
if Dragons or Aureolin plays Animal Crossing, you missed the event by like 23 minutes.
No!
you wanted to dance with everyone.
No! My life is over!
It was on a plane prior to the pandemic, like, was it 2019, I
Why
guess?
didn't you tell me?
And
I
there
haven't
was
been on Animal Crossing in months.
There was a lady in the seat. I was sitting in
more
my
alcohol.
row, and she was on the row across the aisle from me. And she had a kid, and she would just randomly, like, breastfeed. It's definitely old enough to where it was, I would say, like, over a year old. But I don't know, it's hard to judge kids' age, but, like, definitely toddler age, where he could, like, walk and climb on stuff by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And when he would start to get fussy, she would just, breastfeed him. No blanket or anything, so we're just sitting on a plane, and she just, whips out a titty and starts feeding him, like, in the aisle row. And I'm like, it's so hard, like, not to look, because she's, like, pulling it out and putting it away. Like, I don't want to look at this, because it feels like it's not something I should be looking at, but it's, like, hard to be like, I just don't want to look around the plane, eyes forward.
I mean, I guess I kind of get it because the media sexualizes it so much, it's hard not to.
Look, it's not the breastfeeding, it's there's a titty out over there, I gotta look at it.
And I mean,
it's like,
it's out literally to feed the kids. So.
Yes. It's hard to separate that in your brain, though, when you're sitting on a flight for, like, 6
Yeah.
hours, and like every 45 minutes, the lady next to you is just like, "All right, bloop."
Yeah.
And then the kid's like there for 5 minutes, and he stops and he's looking around, gets down and toddles around. She's like, "Come back here!" And it's just flopping around. And
But to actually, like, and I'm not going after dragons for this, because the video we were talking about, I went and looked at the actual video and some of the comments on it, and a lot of these people were just shaming this woman for feeding her kid in public without a cover or anything. It's like, it's none of your.
it doesn't bother me at all.
Aureolin's not
But-
here, so it's none of your fucking business. She's feeding her kid, so shut the fuck up.
She's
I
not
think
here
she
for
still
the
had her
stream
headset
still
on,
on.
so she can hear us.
She can
Yeah,
hear,
she hears
but
us.
she's not here, so it doesn't count.
I
Hi, Aureolin.
don't. I'm like, it's normal. It's just
But
what
no,
happens.
I mean,
But
Dragon's video was enough that I almost wanted to comment, but I just left it alone because you're my friend and it's not worth.
I have
fighting with.
enough sense to recognize my own hang up, and like that's my
Yeah.
issue that I just want to like look over and like see if I can catch a glance. Like,
Um,
hey,
But just going through some of the comments on her video, it's like you people are just animals, and that's not her problem.
and it's also hard to deal with like different changes in eras because you're like, well, this is how they did it.
Mhm.
So you see other women who raised kids attack women like that, and it's like, because there were different norms and customs and et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera.
But after we never really had anything with Hunter because we didn't really leave the house, and he had to go on formula pretty quick. He was allergic to milk at first, and that was a whole thing.
Ugh.
But with Skylar, she wasn't allergic to milk. And so she'd feed her every chance she got, and Skylar was always hungry, so we went to this one Asian restaurant. She didn't have her headphones
You mean
on.
Skylar's still always
She
hungry?
can't hear us good.
She's still
I'll teach
always
her.
hungry. But we went. There's this one Asian buffet that we loved going to, and Skylar started getting hungry, and she looked kind of embarrassed about it, but she was getting ready to go to the bathroom to feed her, and one of the waitresses actually stopped her and was like, "Just do your thing, screw all these people. Feed your kid. It's not an issue."
I mean,
So
I
we
can-
spent as much money as in that place as we possibly could, as often as possible.
I guess I would look at it this way at that point, though, like the whole, well, you're feeding a kid. Well, now that's just a separate reason. Like, would you sit there with your top off any other time? It's like, yes, you're feeding your kid, but so now there's like a certain special rule for this one occasion. But it's like, if it wouldn't be appropriate any other time to just be sitting there topless, then
Well,
or like
no,
maybe you should make an
but-
effort to like, at least like put a cover up or.
Well, she
But
had
I'm
one, but at
not
the same
going
time,
to
like if you're specifically for
make
for
a
one,
big
I
ordeal.
don't. Yeah, like I haven't personally been in that situation. So.
Yeah,
You
me
mean
either.
Skylar
But
didn't try and suckle your titties for milk?
That means Dragons has.
I mean, both kids.
No one else
have,
was
but they
curious.
both kids have tried, but unless you're a dad, you don't really understand. They don't know the
I'm not,
difference. They're
so-
just hungry.
I mean, I get it. Like, it's kind of
It's just like-
inconvenient to bust out the cover up. You have to dig through the diaper
Yeah.
bag and get it out and set it up and make sure it's covering correctly. I get it. It is a hassle. But I mean, like, I always did it more so, I guess, for myself. Because
Yeah.
I was kind of self-conscious about that.
Self-conscious.
And,
And
like, I didn't
I
want
think-
other people looking. But I kind of feel like it's a personal choice. Like, it shouldn't
Yeah.
be a big deal. Like, if I'm pulling it out to feed my kid, why the frick are you looking at it like you want it? Like, that's kind of
Yeah.
nasty.
I feel like Aureolin is missing her beard.
Oh, you want me to have it back?
you
You
had
want
her
it
beard
back?
on earlier.
yeah,
I
we
had
did
it,
that already.
okay?
Yes,
We did that
We
already.
did this.
I
Gosh dang it, camera! I
get
hate
it.
you!
I'm just self-conscious. Like, look, here's my problem. I can never identify, not only based on genders and rolls and da-da-da, but I'm a fat guy, always have been a fat guy, and even when I wasn't fat, it's like, I don't like being like shirtless
No.
at the beach, let alone just randomly at a restaurant. Like, no, I'm so self-conscious for it.
I'm not
Oh, for
I'm not
frick's sake.
even really big, and I don't like being shirtless at the beach.
Like, I'm not even going swimming. Like, I'm a fat kid wearing a t-shirt at the pool.
Yeah, I always
Leave me
I
alone.
always wear a t-shirt.
That's how Chrono was.
I mean,
and I was like,
I
what's
used
your
to wear a
issue?
t-shirt for a different
Just
reason.
freaking, just go. Oh, now it's gonna. Okay, frick. I was about to say. I was like, you stupid cum, I'll kill you.
No, I think that's
So-
okay though. Like if it's a personal preference, like you're just not comfortable, then yeah, have a cover. You know, do whatever you want to do.
Also,
I
Aureolin,
just, I feel like
think you
there.
Triforce.
I just feel like there shouldn't be sexual thoughts towards that. And yes, that's a
Right,
freaking
like-
kick A t-shirt.
No.
Like yeah, there's absolutely nothing sexual about it, and it shouldn't be sexualized
Right.
just because it happens to be a woman's breast
Right.
ready to feed a child. That makes it weird.
Like it's full
That
of
part
milk.
makes it weird,
I'm
but
getting
you're
ready to
never
feed a
going
baby.
to-
Like really?
Yeah.
That's what turns you on? Like,
Right.
But you're never going to like get away from the idea of it's whether it's not the breastfeeding part, but it's the fact like it's a naked woman's breast. It's like that's
It's a titty.
just the sexualized part in general, regardless like well before and after, like regardless of what's going on in the middle.
I feel like that's
It's
a
like-
really immature thought though. Like
It is,
it's,
but
it's
it doesn't
just a
matter.
boo.
It is, but it'll never go away.
And
entirely.
there is
Unfortunately.
that segment of the population who has a weird, like kink like that with breastfeeding. Like adult breastfeeding stuff is like a weird kink out there.
Oh,
but
dragons. Chrono brought this.
also,
Well,
look, it
what's
doesn't
it, Chrono
help
Chrono?
that
is it a 3090? Am I gonna be jealous?
No, he put that in a computer for like his cousin. But this,
Oh, nice.
I made it like a long time ago.
oh yeah,
And he brought it home from work.
I remember that. I think he put
And it
pictures of it up, right?
transforms.
Oh my god,
Isn't that great?
it is great.
Discord, isn't it?
Yeah, I made that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's Frog from Chrono Trigger.
Mhm.
Well, see, now you
his
just need to
favorite.
find a TikTok song and just do a TikTok of it, like just transforming.
Right? Da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da.
I mean, I haven't made it over to crochet TikTok yet.
Oh
That's
gosh, I haven't even searched for that. I wonder what's on there. Now I'm
I'm sure it's on
curious.
I'm sure it's a thing.
What
by
side
now.
of TikTok am I on right now? Let's find out.
Probably just women wearing crochet bikinis and dancing.
You're
to a
probably on the
song.
feminist side because you keep commenting on their videos. I'm on like
It's just in the feminist.
I'm in
TikTok.
introverts and anime at this point, I think.
I
Still on the infinity side of TikTok. I don't know why it's still a thing.
wait. Danger, do you follow the blonde?
The blonde brewery, yeah, I follow her.
You wanna?
Them.
Come on,
Love them.
come on.
All of NDP's
Pretty great.
TikToks just spell woman with a Y.
You can come up.
You know she actually brews, right? Like she works at a brewery.
Up.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, come on.
No.
Did you
I
see
think-
the
Well, I
video
don't know
where
if she actually brews, but she's a server there at
Such a good
least.
boy.
did you see the video
How dare
where they replayed their first date?
Mm-mm.
Oh, they did a video on like how they like their first date and how they met.
Was it the video at the brewery?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I did see it.
It's the one where Jared says, "You too," and she goes, "Me too," and then they have like
Yeah, and then she sat down and ate with him, and then he worked behind the bar for a little bit.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that was just a joke, but I remember seeing
Gotta
it.
take a sip of beer to get the taste of wine out of my mouth.
Braid it,
I'm-
Danger.
What? I can't. I can't.
You're
I tried
playing
that
with it
once.
like you're gonna.
You.
I can't.
You can.
Danger. I have a
You
question for you.
I
just
tried
gotta
to
do it
beard mine.
tight.
I tried to braid mine once, and first of all, it hurt.
Well, you gotta get through the pain. Quit being
But
a
then-
sissy.
I also kept getting like weird stray hairs, so it was braided, but then you had all those random straggler stray hairs poking out.
It's called
Like,
frizzles,
this is
and you live with
terrible.
it.
Like, this looks stupid with
Or
all the
you
frizzy
get some
hair. Like,
gel.
no.
Danger.
Hang on, I'm concentrating.
No.
Get it.
Fine, let me just go emo then.
Yes, do
Dimebag
it.
You gotta shave one side, though. Do it on cam. Do it.
I almost let my bangs grow out here recently. I
Sure.
was debating
Flock of
it,
seagulls going on.
but it's like the only style I have going for me.
Aureolin,
You
that's
guys
all
have
I
your
got.
beard. I've got my bangs.
This is all I have.
Yeah, look, you're a Viking.
Have your daughter braid it. Oh, she'll do it right.
You could do
Shoot,
like 4.
I'm the one that braids her hair. Shoot.
There you
Oh.
go.
We have the emo hair.
Noise.
Need some mascara and
And some
Put
My
on-
forget your
Chemical
Put on
eyeliner.
some concealer and some
Yeah, get your smoky
foundation
eye
and just
going, a little
get
bit
that
of mascara.
going.
a little black
Good.
braid, and you're good to go.
No, you don't even
Anyway,
need.
Danger.
You don't need a braid. You just need it in your face, and then just be like, I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, sorry. Hold up. Let me do this.
Nobody
Existence is
understands
torment.
me.
Existence is torment. All I know is darkness.
Anyway, Danger. Did you ever listen to Valhalla Calling yet?
I mean, I've heard it several times on TikTok.
Okay.
Duh.
I listened to London Calling.
Which is the song from Star Trek Into Darkness.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't follow
Sure.
Peyton Parrish, but he shows up in my FYP enough that I've heard a
Mm.
lot of it.
So I was shoveling snow to Valhalla Calling, and I felt like kind of a badass.
Uh-oh!
I'm not into this. Did you spill it already? Yep, there he goes. Danger foamed over. He
What
couldn't control
the
it anymore.
frick?
With all that breastfeeding talk, he just.
I got excited. Sorry.
Darn you and your contradictions! Here I thought you were supporting us. And all along,
Oh,
you were
God.
just a man.
It was all the emo talk.
Look at him
Oh, God,
using
emos.
his sleeve. I'll wipe with my sleeve. Tomorrow he's going to be yelling at his kids, don't use your sleeve as a napkin.
That's fine.
I use the bottom of my shirt. I'm like.
Danger.
There's
Look at the TikTok I just sent you.
It's like when you wash your hands and you just dry them on the bottom of your pant leg.
I've done that, yes.
Women can't do that because then it just looks questionable.
Maybe if you stopped wearing capri pants all the damn time, put some full-length pants on.
What's wrong with freaking capri
pockets.
pants? You'd rather those booty shorts? We got
Full-length
capris, we got
pants with
full length
pockets,
jeans,
please.
or capri,
Wait.
or freaking cut off booty shorts. That's all
Would
we
I
got.
rather cut off booty shorts on women? Most of the time. But
We like booty shorts and we
I'm-
like yoga pants.
What? Why?
Wait, but only
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that question.
only when they're
We just
body
like it.
appropriate. I
What
will
if
body
they weigh
shame.
300 pounds?
Some women are too fat for
Hey,
it. I'm
hey.
sorry.
I
Just
mean,
like
Some
me,
of
you
us
don't want
weigh
to see me
300
running
pounds
around
in
in
this
Daisy
tall,
Dukes
Aureolin.
either.
That's
So
insensitive.
Do you wear yoga pants?
I don't
Yeah, I do.
discriminate.
Do you?
I'm not running
Well,
around
I
in
wear
my white
like
beater and
workout pants.
Yoga pants, like
Hey,
like
I haven't wa-
leggings, basically, that just suction cup to your body all
Yep.
the way up to your waist. That's yoga
Yep.
pants.
So, Dragons,
I need to
haven't
see
watched
these
this whole
modeled at
thing
some
yet.
point.
You
And
what?
then I will decide if I agree with your opinion.
I haven't watched this entire video yet, but are you just trying to depress me? What is this?
What?
Have you not seen the
Emo-tastic.
emotional damage meme?
I've seen emotional damage, yeah.
Oh,
Like a
can't see it.
gazillion times at this point.
Is this in Discord? What's happening?
No, he sent me a
no, he's slipping in them
TikTok.
DMs.
Oh. I don't get
Whereas
a
I
DM.
call them As I
He's
call
a-
them, IMs, because I'm an old man.
Did I not get a DM? I didn't get a DM?
You did.
I
It's
mean-
of a collarbone.
I didn't get a DM.
It's just
I'm
TikTok
not
DM.
real fan.
It's just his yoga pants. You don't
I have
need
all the TikToks muted. I don't understand the TikTok. I don't. I turn it on. I'm like, why are you so loud? Like, why can't I
You
just
see?
open a home
You
screen
see?
that's
He's
muted?
like,
I don't
I'm
want to
gonna
hear
send
stuff.
it to the guys, but not the girl. See? This is
What
what
is
I'm
this?
talking about. What are you fake around me? Like what is it? Like
it was
have you
talking about?
learned to be fake around me? Like,
it was just a video of Mufasa's death with the emotional damage scene. I guess he wanted to try to make me cry. I don't know.
well, that's especially emotionally damaging, especially considering The Lion King came out on my birthday.
Shoot. Wow.
Anyway, I sent Aureolin a TikTok that she might enjoy.
Okay, so that's a decent group question. What is your favorite old Disney movies? Aureolin's dying.
I'm gonna give her the
Well,
Heimlich.
hers must be sleeping. Hers must
she-
be Snow
is she
White,
gonna-
and she ate the apple.
Is she gonna make it?
Oh no!
Quick, somebody punch her in the chest.
I feel like she was a Pocahontas or Mulan, maybe.
Is she gonna make it? Is
I don't know. I'm waiting to see.
that what's going on?
Was
Aureolin,
She's just having a coughing fit. She's all right.
I gotta?
Are we-
I'd have to look at a list of.
did
Disney
we just witness a
movies.
death?
No, she's still here.
Okay.
It was just one of my 9 lives.
Well,
All right, favorite Disney movie was it
Probably like the
Pocahontas?
one with an uppity cat in it.
Favorite Disney movie?
I feel like yours was either Pocahontas or Mulan, but I need you to clarify.
I did really love Pocahontas a lot, but I think it was The Little Mermaid.
Okay.
Oh, I was. This
she
is
always
weird
wanted
now,
to be a
but
part of that world.
I was gonna say
It was
the
more
Little Mermaid's
about-
the first one I really think about because I think it's like the first. I remember watching it with like my cousins, and
It was like the adventure aspect, I think. Like, I don't
My-
know.
I go back and forth between Lion King and
Like,
Aladdin quite a bit.
Beauty and the Beast too, and Aladdin
Yeah.
was always great.
I really loved
Mine is,
Beauty and the Beast because she wore a yellow dress.
Mine's Lion King. Mine's either Lion King or Beauty and the Beast.
So, if we're talking classic movies, Skylar loves Beauty and the Beast. Modern
Love
movies,
Dalmatians was
she's all
pretty
about
good.
She loves Frozen.
Yeah, that's my daughter too.
But the classic
She,
movies,
she won't let
I
it.
feel like
She
Beauty
won't let
and
it go,
the Beast.
will she?
No, she will not. I can't count how many times I've seen Frozen, and Frozen 2, or how many Frozen toys I've bought.
Although All Dogs Go to Heaven, that's a Disney movie, right?
Was it?
I don't think so.
No.
I didn't think that was Disney.
Okay.
Fantastic movie though. I loved All Dogs Go to Heaven. I can't hear you,
It
Ariel.
wasn't-
You're still muted.
Am I?
Okay,
Now you're
not.
not.
Yeah, I did watch All Dogs Go to Heaven quite a lot.
What about the? Did he do the Robin Hood one with the fox?
Oh,
Yeah, that's a Disney movie.
Yeah,
That was-
Robin Hood.
Yeah, that was Disney.
I watched that one a lot too.
Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest.
Like
yeah, I
Pete's
mean,
Dragon.
Lion King will always have a special place in my heart just because, like, it did come out on my birthday and it was like I got to go to the theater to see it kind of thing, special because it was my birthday. And
I had to look some
But-
up. Was
The Little Mermaid, I think was like especially awesome. And then the Beauty and
fully
the Beast.
animated or not? I think my non-animated favorite Disney movie as a kid was Pete's Dragon.
Oh.
I guess it's
Forgot
kind of a
about
hybrid.
Hey,
but
Mario!
I forgot about this,
I'm looking at a list
Now
now
I feel
to
like
see
I
if
need to
there's
grab my crochet bag full of amigurumis.
Fox and the Hound.
Hunter's got
I
a
loved Fox and the Hound.
yeah.
I
Fox
feel
Hunter
like
has a
Little
little
Mermaid
Disney.
was the one because we had it on
What
VHS.
Yeah,
the
Fox and the
and
Hound's Disney.
I loved Fox and the Hound.
Yeah, that one was fantastic.
What about Ferngully? That's not Disney, is it?
Uh,
I think it is.
it might. I don't think it is actually.
I didn't think it was.
But I did watch that
Oh
with
wait, no,
Bella too.
No, it's not. It's
And the Brave Little
Where-
Toaster.
Oh yeah.
yeah, that was DreamWorks or Imagine.
Ferngully is 20th Century Fox.
Mm.
So
I
it
thought-
is Disney now.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of like you have to kind of clarify between whether we're talking animated or not, because like the Mighty Ducks was Disney,
Well, and
Angels
I
in the
specifically,
Outfield.
I
Yeah, move
specifically
that.
meant animated.
There you go.
Yeah, to me as a kid, it would have
There you go.
been. And Little Mermaid is the one that comes to mind because I think I was like 5 or 6 when I saw it, and like my older cousins who were both girls were like, like we watched it, and then I had it on VHS, so like it just constantly got watched whenever like we had family get-togethers
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So
We were like that with Pocahontas a lot.
yeah,
Like
Pocahontas
Okay,
wasn't
but-
very popular, but like I loved it so much.
I liked it.
I liked it too.
I really liked the I can't think of his name, but the raccoon. I
Miko
thought
Miko.
yeah.
I always thought he was funny.
and Flip.
We watched it a lot because my one female cousin loved it, and she got to pick for some reason, so we just watched Pocahontas a lot.
'Cause she was the girl.
Yeah,
Was Homeward Bound Disney?
Yes.
Was it?
was it?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember,
Are you sure?
but we watched
don't
that
feel
one
like-
a
I'm pretty
lot.
sure because I feel like I had a sudden realization like recently that it was.
I remember loving that movie, but then
Yeah.
later as I got older and I watched it, the scene with the cat in the water, that cat is genuinely terrified. And I was like, no wonder this like horrified me as a kid. Like that cat is genuinely in stress, like
I kind of felt like that with Milo and Otis later on.
yeah.
Yep. Homeward Bound, Walt Disney Pictures.
Yeah.
Huh.
It was fantastic, but that poor cat got stressed
Yeah.
all to goodness in that film.
I may have to rethink this. The Goofy movie was a Disney film. How did I forget about
Yeah.
it? Goofy movie?
Yeah, Goofy movie.
Yeah.
That was good.
Did you ever see an extremely goofy movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sequel?
Yeah.
That just makes me think if the cat was genuinely stressed, then that golden retriever might have been legitimately limping at the end.
Yeah.
too.
Like might have been actually like an old dog with arthritis kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never really thought about that.
Yeah. Later when I watched that and I watched that scene of the cat in the water, I was like, "Oh my gosh! Like this is terrible."
Okay, well, thanks, Aureolin, for ruining a childhood movie for us.
Well, I mean, like it's still really great because it does genuinely encapsulate the horror that those animals were going through at the moment, but it's horrible that they put
That
those
they did
animals
it
through
in the first
genuine
place.
trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah, because nowadays it's like I see animals and I'm like, like snake scenes, and I'm like, none of those snakes are venomous, or like,
Yeah.
that dog is in no way actually threatening you, or something like that. But when I watch that one, I'm like, that cat is actually traumatized. This is horrible.
Aureolin has
Save
ruined
it.
animal films for me for the rest of my life.
I mean, I always felt so sad for those animals in that film. I was like, oh my gosh, please.
I feel bad for the dogs. The cats, well, I'm like, yeah, it's a cat. Freaking cat. Probably scratched somebody. Deserved it.
But it was the dog's friend.
I always laugh when somebody's freaking out about a snake in a movie, and
And it's like a boa.
it's like a freaking garter snake.
Yeah, or like,
Like-
one of those
Oh.
milk snakes that you just see in all the pet stores. Like,
I
ow!
thought you were.
Ow!
Like, it hurts less than a flu shot. You're being a baby. Shut up.
Or they're just freaking out like they're by their feet, and it's like, don't let it bite you. And like, what? That freaking python? Like, oh no, what will I do if it bites me?
Oh my
I
god!
thought you
I'm
were
so
talking about the
scared.
way the snake was treated. I'm like, it's a snake. I'll eat it. Like, I don't care if they throw a snake across. Like, snake, throw it. Like,
Well,
I don't
usually if
care.
you pay attention, like, like in some of those old movies like Anaconda, when they're throwing the snake, it's a rubber snake.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, like in a lot of like nowadays movies, whenever they have like snakes come in, they're never venomous. And if they want
Yeah.
to make them look venomous, they're CGI.
Yeah.
Just like you guys could have at least tried.
I remember really liking Anaconda, but I haven't watched it in years. I kind of want to go back and see how awful it
If
actually
you
is.
watch it now, it's hilarious.
Here you go. Here's what it was like in the 80s.
I remember watching it when I was younger and just being horrified. It like the scene where the snake spits the guy out, it was like traumatizing. But if you watch it now, you're laughing the
Yeah.
whole freaking time.
I do that with a lot of them.
Now, you might feel differently, but there was a sci-fi movie and an arachnophobia movie.
Oh,
Oh,
It might have
yeah.
been called Arachnophobia.
was it arachnophobia?
It might have been.
I made myself watch that once.
Um,
And the
I
way that guy reacts is legitimate.
Is David Arquette in it?
I don't know actors.
Okay. I feel like it's the same movie though.
All right,
I'm
I'm gonna have
I
to
remember
disappear
watching
for like
it.
10 minutes.
Okay. You do your
'Cause
thing.
I have to go celebrate the New Year with family. So
Oh yeah, it's New Year for you just now.
There you go, Aureolin.
Yeah.
Posted the
so,
GIF.
so I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
No, I'm not
Where-
even gonna look.
We're in the future.
It's not spider related.
No,
It's terrible. It's terrible. Skynet's taken over.
no, I remember
We're all
watching-
holograms.
I remember watching Anaconda, and I remember seeing the snake at the very end, and then realizing that it was fake.
Oh wow.
And then at the around the same age.
Dang,
seeing-
what is that? Kind of looks like a cobra. What the frick
is.
is it?
It's a like they took out its poison sacs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
I
it's an
remember
actual
seeing-
cobra.
Wow.
I remember seeing Arachnophobia around the same age, and just knowing the entire time that the giant spiders were fake.
Yeah.
Well, I watched it, but like for me it's the way the spiders move their legs, which
Mhm.
is still very accurate.
Yeah.
So when the guy with arachnophobia in the movie does that like lock up and freeze thing, like that is exactly what I do and how I feel
Right.
when I see one like in my house or on me. It's like a like
So I definitely don't have an arachnophobia, but I don't particularly like spiders. Like if I just randomly feel one crawling on me, I'm going to.
Yeah. I'm like,
just
spider.
say no.
Ah!
This is
Or you
just
walk through a
immediate,
web. You're like,
"Ah, gone.
yeah.
But if I see a wolf spider crawling on my wall, it's going to get flamethrowered.
that's where he gets the hairspray and a lighter. He's like, "Ah!" I
Yeah.
don't care for
Just
them. Like,
because I've been bitten by a wolf spider and I know how much those actually hurt. So
I mean, I think every
Screw
member
wolf
of my
spiders.
family has been bitten by a brown recluse at this point, except for me.
Mm,
So
I
I'm
haven't.
like exceptionally like, but
I get.
decades of going on long-term hikes and walking through webs and things like that, like when I'm outdoors, I have a slightly higher tolerance for them. But if I'm inside and I see one, it's just like instant, just oh my gosh, freaking no.
Yeah, I kind of get that.
My
I mean,
grandmother's like super arachnophobia. Like you can't see them on TV.
I
So, you know that
I
new Liberty Mutual commercial with the spider? Like she has to turn her face away, and she was talking to me one day and just looked up as it came on, and you just heard like a scream and her like a you know that sound when like something scares you, like, and you just let out a scream, and she was like, like turned her face and just
Yep.
cursed, like, why did they put this on here? Why would you want a commercial with a spider? Like she can't watch it at all. It just
If they're sitting still, I can like deal with it. But if they're moving their legs, then it's like an instant. I just have to, oh gosh, freaking no.
yeah, like she will just like if it's in the house, she will just like scream, like back up and just into like not even know what she's doing, just go into panic mode, that flight mode. You might be up like on a chair, backed up a wall, and just screaming for somebody to come help.
It's the only thing though. I mean, I could deal with anything else, but if it's a spider, I'm chucking shoes across the room.
Yeah.
Like no, help me.
I mean, it really depends on the spider for me. Specifically wolf spiders. I hate wolf spiders.
I mean,
'Cause I got bit right here, and my eyes swelled shut for 3 days, and I wasn't happy about any of that.
I don't like spiders at all. If like I see one, I want to smash it.
I
But
think
I'm like, I've also had run-ins with those stupid jumping spiders, so then
Yeah.
I'm leery of. I'm like sneaking up on it because I don't want it to jump on me. Like spider.
Like if I see like, I don't know, shoot, like a daddy long legs. Just
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
those are
just
different.
relocate it outside. That's not a real spider.
Yeah, aren't they more closely related to scorpions anyway?
Yeah.
I think
mean,
technically.
you'd probably know
I'm
better
more
than I
of.
would.
I'm
But-
gonna grab a fly swatter or a rolled up newspaper. Like my dad was just like spider, and just smash it. Like
No,
I don't want to touch it. I just want to hit it with something.
I'm like hyper vigilant enough that like if a spider moves anywhere in my peripheral, I immediately recognize what it is.
Yeah.
And then I'm just calling for Chrono, like, spider!
Get it.
And he's like, where? And I'm like, over there! And he's like, I don't see it! It's right freaking there!
For me, it's often more the shock factor. Like if you're sitting there and I've had like a spider just drop down.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing something. I was like, it's like,
Yeah.
"Ah." Then you're like, okay, well now I'm going to get two shoes and clap you at.
Yeah.
Or again, like like my dad would just be like, oh, I'm like, I don't want to touch it. I'm gonna smash it with stuff. I don't know what type of spider that is.
I mean, luckily, I've spent enough time in the woods that, like, I'm hyper vigilant enough that I have been running through the woods before down a trail, and I just all of a sudden skid to a stop and not fully comprehending why, and I stop like 2 inches from this giant spider on a web kind of thing, and I'm just like, ah! Then I grab a stick and wind it up in its own web and toss it off the trail kind of
Yeah.
thing. But
We just walk with a stick, like
oh
in
yeah.
front of you. Like,
Well, yes, when I go hiking, if I'm in front, I have a stick, and you just do this the whole time, because I mean, you get tired of walking through the webs. But
Then if you're me, there's 2% of you that feels like a jerk because that spider spent hours working
all
on
day
that
making
web,
that web.
and you just ruined it.
I mean, when I'm
Get your house. Get out of
outside,
here.
when I'm outside, if I see a spider, I do my best to just go
Yeah.
around it. Like, I'm not gonna bother you. You stay over there, I'll stay over here. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to kill it. Like, people who are scared of snakes, like, if they see a snake, they're just gonna kill it, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like with me, I'm terrified of spiders, but if I see one outside, I'm not gonna go out of my way to kill that spider. I'm just
Right.
gonna go around it. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah,
whatever.
if he's outside,
And-
he's fine.
And no, like I said, it's literally 2%. Like if it's me or the spider, it's the spider.
When it's
I just smashed
inside,
the
I'm
webs
just like
with like the
Yeah, it's like you don't belong in my house. You're gonna go.
with wolf
I-
spiders though. I think like over time I've kind of like I'm still terrified of them, but I have like a little bit of compassion for them because I've seen so many with like all their young on their back. And
Yeah.
I you know like when I've like when someone's crushed them and then all the babies just go running, like at the same time I'm horrified, but I'm also like, oh, that's really sad, you know?
And and I get that, and I haven't had that happen personally. Every wolf spider that I've killed didn't have babies on it, but just the fact that I was bitten by one and remembering how much it hurt and having my eyes swollen shut for 3 days because of one, because I was bitten in my sleep and it just happened. Like I just whenever I see one, I remember that, and it just kind of goes back to that.
Yeah.
I don't go out of my way to kill them. If I can relocate anything, I'll just move it outside, But just every time I see a wolf spider, it's like, oh, I remember how much that freaking hurt, and I don't want it to happen again.
Yeah.
Because I had an ice cube on my eyelid for like 2 days, just trying to open my eye again. I don't think
Yeah.
I'm allergic to them. It hit the
No.
right spot. That's a really, really sensitive area right there.
It is a big spider. I mean, it
Yeah.
makes sense. But I
And
mean,
they do
and
get huge, and they can jump, and
and
they're
it's
big
similar,
spiders.
like, seeing all my siblings and like my mom and stuff getting bit by brown recluse and then having to go in and get a section cut out, it's like
Yeah.
I don't want to get bit by that. They're really common down here, but I just
Yeah.
It's now New Year's in Colorado.
What do
Happy
you
New
have?
Year.
Non-alcoholic cider.
Oh, nice. Cheers.
I guess I should grab this one for that then.
When do you get to drink again?
March.
March. Okay. So you'll be good for the chili peppers then.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Ironton probably for
Nice.
pregame.
Okay. Thrill's talking, but I can't hear Thrill.
Yeah, same. I think his headset died.
I
Or-
think
well,
Discord just decided not to recognize it.
It was
His
like
mic.
his,
Again.
his mic keeps doing that weird thing.
Yeah. Discord had a
How about
patch
now?
like
Yeah.
there he is. Got you.
Discord being goofy. I was gonna say I smash spider webs while I'm singing the Go Go Godzilla song. Damn, and here I made a good joke
Go.
about making the glasses clink. And I was like, Aureolin's the only one who can do it because she's the only one with a wedding ring.
Damn it.
What?
Oh, when we all went cheers.
Making a glass actually clink.
I was like, I'd clink my
Clink your
glass,
ring
but
on
I was like, Aureolin, I guess, is the only one who can do that because she's got the wedding ring.
I could do it with both hands.
Like, clink.
I don't hear the clinking.
Gosh darn it!
Even when I did
Maybe
have a
my
ring,
fingers are gotten fat.
Okay, there's the clinking.
even when I wore one, I wore a silicone
Silicone.
ring. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because I work around machinery, and I was too scared to wear a metal ring. I have one, but I wore
Sure.
a silicone ring just to be safe.
I technically lost
Oh,
my
that's all.
first one
Thanks for
during
the 5 drop.
AT.
Oh, was that your mom?
Yeah, that's my mom.
Hi, Mom.
Bye, Mom.
She's already far away
Ah!
It doesn't matter.
She has lighter hair than I imagined.
because she dyes it.
Oh, okay.
I
Her
don't have
hair
hair
is like
to compare,
actually
but
her hair's actually probably pretty close to your color when she doesn't dye it.
So pretty.
Well, actually
close
now
to
it's turning slightly gray. So
yeah.
So exactly like my my hair has like every color in it. If you hold it under the light, there's like red, blonde,
Mhm.
black, brown.
You can't.
well,
really...
the way my laptop camera is recording, you can't even tell that this is like actually black. It looks like just really
It
dark
just
brown.
looks like brown. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
My
I
beard's
need to
kind of the
update
same
my
way.
camera. My camera's not
Yeah.
great anymore.
I'm
My beard
calico, but
is
the
like
the
that.
camera doesn't really show calico.
I mean, like right now, your beard looks dark brown.
Dark brown.
Yeah.
My beard's got some red and some brown and some black and some gray and a little bit of blonde in there.
Thrills
Yeah.
looks redder. Thrills looks redder than mine. Mine just looks like really dark brown.
Yeah.
But there's
I had
red
a-
and gray and black and all kinds
Well,
of stuff.
When
beard
I was
is
a kid,
quite
my
red.
hair used to be like lighter brown and had red highlights.
Yeah, when I was a kid, my hair was dirty blonde.
Mine too.
I was
Then
blonde. I
Then
was
it turned
blonde
like
when
more
I
of
was,
a brown and
It was also
light
curly.
Yeah. then it all fell out.
That's why all my relatives are like, "Wait, are you the one who had really light hair when you were younger?" Like, yeah, it used to be half blonde, I guess.
I was.
I used to. I mean,
was
I
blonde when I was like 3 years old, and it just went like really, really dark.
Chrono was platinum, like
Mm.
white blonde.
really. That's
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, I was probably Aureolin's color of brown hair, and then also had like red like spots of hair as well. But then as I got older, it just turned black.
Yep.
Like my soul.
I'm still laughing about the time you guys came over, and I knew it was Chrono, even though I didn't know what he looked like.
He doesn't check Facebook.
Thrill didn't have a clue what was going on. It was like, oh, here's the guy that's going to help us move.
And then
I
me.
don't know
Yeah, I was like, I was wondering.
I don't know what Chrono looks like.
I'm outside the window. Thrill!
That's when it clicked. Well, first there was a random kid running through the house. I was like, hey, look, there goes another kid. Like,
There's a
must be somebody
weirdo
major
outside.
knows.
I know who this is. Hi, Thrill.
Yeah, then it clicked, like, oh. And then I was like, I hope that's Chrono. Because
Nah, this is one of my sides.
I was like, yeah, I was like, oh.
I picked him up on the way.
Otherwise, this is awkward.
Yeah.
I need to start reading Death Note again. I kind of fell out of it, but I really like it.
It's really good.
It is good. I
Like,
feel
hi,
like
Chrono. Actually, this is Jim. Like, oh. Awkward.
I feel like I will actually like the book more than I would ever possibly like the animated version.
The series is pretty good too.
Yeah.
I'm dyslexic and reading is hard and it takes me a while.
Yeah, I mean, whatever rate it takes you, whatever. But I just.
And it's backwards and that doesn't
Yeah, well, I almost feel like that helped me. Because when I would read
Really?
too fast, I would always go backwards. And it was
Mhm.
like having it already be backwards, I never had to correct myself,
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
once got
it's-
called out. I once got called out by a teacher because I actually read pretty quickly
Hmm.
when I actually decide to read, and the teacher thought I was BSing because I was like all the way through a chapter in like 15 minutes, and he's like, you didn't read the book while everyone else was reading," and I'm like, ask me questions, and so he asked me questions, and I answered what was in the book, and he's like, okay,
Yeah. That sounds
So-
like
I guess you read.
This sounds like me, like in my classes I would draw drawing helped me actually listen and remember what the teacher was saying.
I'll be right back.
But like I sat right in the front row, and I'm
Yeah.
sitting there drawing, and one day one of the kids who doesn't do as well in the back decided to call me out because the teacher was like saying something about them not listening or being distracting, and they were like, well, she sits right there and draws all the time and you don't say anything. And I was just like sitting there drawing, and I'm like and the teacher just looks over and goes, yeah, but she gets A's and you don't. And I was like, you are officially the best teacher I've ever had. Like, thank you.
Like, oh, front row person, huh? Thought you were better than us in the back row.
I mean, it's like if I'm still getting good grades, like why are you calling me out? Like, what difference does it make what I do?
So you know the advantage of having a last name of a W is you get the back row because for elementary school they set you alphabetical order, and so I was always in the back in elementary school. So like in high school or like middle and high school, when you got to choose your seat, I just always chose the back, and I like rarely ever paid attention in class, but I always got like straight A's for when I would actually, decide I wanted straight A's.
Yeah. I mean, high school.
In high school, I found out you had to give a speech as a valedictorian, so I intentionally figured out what my classmates' most likely grades would be and sabotaged my own valedictorian state.
High school was just a joke, though. I mean, it's like even when I asked my math teacher to like please explain it in a different way, they like just re-explain it the same way, and I was like, great, I'll just read the book and teach myself then. Thanks.
They're like, I can't. The book says it's this, and this is what'll be on the test this way. That's why I have to
like
teach
sitting there reading the book, and I'm like, why don't you just do it this way? It's 10 times easier. Why are you making it this drawn out 5 extra steps way? Like, this is stupid. You could skip like so many of those steps. This is dumb. I hated high school so much. Gosh. I wish I could have just tested out and been done with it. It was so stupid.
I wish I could have tested out of just like school period.
Yeah. Ever since like 6th grade, I was done.
I never would like being in like the front row or not being in the back because I always felt like everybody could like see you if you were like not in the back row. Like everybody's looking at me.
Yeah.
Like if I move, like their eyes are gonna be like, what's he doing over there?
Why isn't he answering questions?
Like
because I'm
if, like,
freaking
you
too
go to
lazy and
stretch,
this
like,
book is
somebody
good.
looking at me.
So because I knew all of the answers, anytime a teacher would ask a question, I actually had a limit of allowed questions I was allowed to answer.
Yeah, they stopped asking me questions at all because not only would I solve the problems in a way that they didn't teach, but still get the right answer, but they, it was like I was
It was
getting
usually
A's.
a faster, easier way.
Yeah, I would
So,
skip steps and be like, well, I just did this, and then there's the answer, and then they're like, they can't refute it because it's the right answer.
Mhm.
Well, freaking
So, in
shut up. Just, gosh, I'm done.
in 6th grade math, which was like a joke, by the way, I had to go to the principal's office because the math teacher believed I cheated and used the calculator, even though I didn't, and I just did the math in my head. And so I had to prove, like my grandmother, like because I lived with my grandmother, she had to come to the principal's office because like I was in trouble, right? And so it was like me, my grandmother, the math teacher, and the principal, and the math teacher's like going off about how I'm cheating and doing all this, and like because I used the calculator, which I didn't use a calculator. So I had to prove in front of the principal and the math teacher that I knew what I was talking about, and then the math teacher looked stupid as shit.
Yeah.
The principal was like, "You brought him in here for this?" And she's like, "Well, I thought he was cheating and using a calculator." And he's like, he just solved it on the board for you.
Right.
Some people are just really good with numbers. My boss.
I'm not.
So this particular boss has followed me between two jobs. We started as peers at the last job I had. And then he got promoted. He became the supervisor, and it was really cool. He's a great guy. Then I moved to the government job, and a year later, he became my peer at the government job, which he then got promoted to supervisor. He's got more experience in that area, so he gets supervisor positions quicker than I do. So, over my entire adult career, he has pretty much been my supervisor, no matter what job I'm at. But I like to call him Rain Man because he can just do complex math in his head. Like I'll be trying to figure stuff out on my calculator, and he's got it figured out before I get there typing it out. It's just some people just have it.
Now, when you say complex math, do you mean your multiplication tables?
Addition. Oh.
Yeah. Yes. So not.
I memorized those in first grade.
I'm not great at memorization, but like.
Oh, that was like the only thing I was good at.
Yeah, so a lot of our stuff is like trying to figure out how books need to go together. Shut up, phone.
Jeez, so rude.
Happy New Year.
Wow.
Unlock the device. To see personal results on the lock screen, change the Allow Personal Results option in Bixby settings.
Why do you sound British?
And why you got a bougie posh phone over there?
Dang, we know Danger's preferences.
Yeah, it's like, oh.
She didn't sound British before. What the heck's going on?
Bring in the new year with something you like.
Talking about my fingerprints, I haven't touched my phone.
Look,
Thank you.
all I know is I got to report him, and he's going to lose his Scotch-Irish status because he's got a British phone.
How dare you?
Like, you chose the British, the English, the posh Londoner
But
as your phone's avatar.
That's where a great deal of my heritage comes from.
You don't want any of that South Dublin on there.
We have
huh?
a coat
You
of
good?
arms.
I have a Scottish coat of arms.
So,
I'm like 0.5% English at the very most.
So one of my friends, and I, have you guys seen the Incredibles scene where Mr. Incredible's trying to teach Dash math, and he goes, "Math is math."
Mm-hmm.
I had a moment like that because she asked me to help teach her son math because she knew like I'm smart at math, and so like I taught him the way that I learned math, and he's like, "Oh, I don't think the teacher wants us to do it this way," and I'm like, "Math is math."
Yeah. My daughter's been struggling learning her multiplication tables and things like that, and they want them to write it out a specific way now. And I was like, but look, if you just do it this way, you see, it works. And
Right.
she's like, oh, yeah, I get that. I'm just like, why are they making you do it that way?
I felt like telling my friend's son, because, I don't have much of a filter because I don't have kids, so I don't have to have a filter.
I think a lot of
teacher
parents are proven you don't have to have a filter to have kids.
That's fair. He said, I think the teacher wants us to do it this way. I have thought about telling them, yeah, well, that's what dumb kids do, and we're going to teach you the smart way.
Well, I mean, the teachers do, like, there are certain teachers that are like, oh, you showed your work wrong, and
Yep.
that's a lot of the issues that I ran into in my public school was like, I didn't do the math the way they wanted it to see it, or
Right.
it was like, oh, you didn't show every step of your work because I found it too slow, so I would skip steps, and they're like, well, you didn't show it all, and it's like, yeah, but I got the answer right. What?
See,
Yeah, but Aureolin, this is when you end up in the principal's office having to prove that you actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like, what I just, mm, I
see,
got to the
so
point where I was just like, I don't care.
this is where I'm coming from. One, I was homeschooled. Two, my mom was a bookkeeper. So what? She didn't care how I got there. If the answer was right, it was right. She didn't care what method I used to get the right answer. If my answer was correct, that was good enough. I was very, very, very happy when my son's district gave up on Common Core. Because Common Core is just a mess, and I hate it.
That's why I'm extremely grateful that we're able to send our kids to private school.
Yeah. We don't have one close enough that would even really be a viable option.
If I ever have the misfortune of having kids and getting married,
You don't understand what having kids is if you say misfortune.
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Having kids is not the misfortune.
No.
Being married, I haven't decided yet.
Well,
I
it's like
disagree.
it's
Some people
being
just don't like
married
kids.
in a against your will situation, I guess. Is
My opinion has changed in the last 5 months, we'll just say.
it can be
Anyway.
good if both parties are willing to work towards it.
I agree.
anyway, the point is I'm never getting married, never having kids. But if it ever does happen, I'm just gonna tell my kids that like, okay, just do it the way the dumb teacher wants you to do it. We know you're smarter than that.
Yeah, I mean, like when I have to help my daughter with her math, because like every once in a while she struggles with it, like she gets distracted. She doesn't want to sit and focus on it. She doesn't want to do it. And so I have to sit and be like, okay, we're doing math today. And I know she knows it, but she doesn't want to do it. And she'll tell me, like, I'll be trying to explain to her, look, if you do it this way, and then she'll go, no, that's not how the teacher says to do it. And I'm like, okay, show me how the teacher wants you to do it. And then I have to learn how the teacher wants her to do it and then teach her shortcuts in that method. Basically.
Does she have a problem with word problems?
Yes, hugely. Anytime there's like a paragraph where it's like, okay, this person started with this many and then he took away this many, what does he have now? She doesn't understand that it means subtraction. And I have to
Right.
be
Yeah.
like, look, when they say take away or he has less than, that means subtraction. She does not get
Right.
that at all.
That's
Okay,
exactly
so she
how
doesn't like it.
is.
Don't
What?
math theory and graph theory. If your daughter ever decides she wants to be like in like mathematics or computers and stuff like that, it's all word problems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's
All
it's
of it's word problems.
it's
They're
just
hard.
it's just her ADHD. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't translate. Like it doesn't say subtraction, so she
Mhm.
doesn't understand what it wants. And I have to explain to her, just remember, if it says take away or he has less than or he gave away, like if he's losing something of that, then they want you to subtract,
Right.
and it's hard for her to make sense of that, I guess. Like
No, I remember this one time that Hunter was literally in tears over this one question trying to figure it out. And I went and looked at it for him and I'm like, Hunter, they just want to know what 5 times 2 is.
Yeah.
And I'm not exaggerating for the sake of the story. This
Yeah.
is that was literally the question. It's like, buddy, it's 5 times 2. That's the question.
I've been in the exact same situation.
Like, well, they didn't word it that way. I'm like, I know they didn't word it that way. That's how the problem works. They want you to figure it out.
Yeah.
It's 5 times 2.
I
like,
feel
well, that's
so
10.
bad.
I'm like, you're right. It is. You've got it.
I feel so bad because it's like their brains just work differently. So I have to find ways to word it for her so that when she sees it in the future, she'll understand it.
Right. She can make the connection and recognize it later.
Right. And that's the trick. It's like I feel like I'm problem solving for her. And because for me, I just understand it. Like for me, I visualize it and I see like, oh, he has this many apples and then he took them away, kind of thing. Like it's a picture. And so I have to find a way to word associate for her so that in the future, when it comes up in a test, she'll be like, oh, it's saying takeaway. So that means subtraction, you know? And
What if
it's just not easy
what if
for
you
her.
drew pictures?
Well, and I've done that too, and they do that in class also. They're like, you know, draw how many apples he has, and then what's he doing with the apples? Oh, he's taking this many away. So what does that mean? And but sometimes it just doesn't make sense to them. Their brains just work really differently, and it's like a problem solving thing where I have to figure out how can I word this where it makes sense for her. And it's exhausting because it's like every day I have to make sure I go through her folder and see what she struggled with and then look at it and find a way to word it in a way that makes sense for her. When I know when I went to school, certain things in math, when they taught it to me, it didn't make sense to me. But like if I read the book and then taught it to myself, it did make sense. So yeah, it's like I'm having to come up with new ways to teach it to her. And it's challenging.
Which at the same time, I don't know if I'm just being salty, but I feel like it's the teacher's job to figure that out.
Yeah.
It is the teacher's job to figure it out.
Like it isn't like I get that my kid is the one with special needs and I need to be there to figure it out, but at the same time, like you're the one that studied this. I'm just another loser.
Yeah.
With an associate's degree, like maybe you should be helping the kid with the special needs with this.
At this point, I've come to the conclusion that like the teacher is probably not going to go that extra step for one kid. And so it falls on me to go that extra mile to make sure I explain it in a totally different way so that she gets it. And
which is weird because it's
exhausting.
I had like the opposite thing where I had the opposite thing where teachers knew I was like smart, so they would always go like the extra step to make sure that I felt confident to answer. Like in high school.
They just ignored me. It was like I always had the answer, so they just ignored me.
So I got sat down and told, we know you're smart. You just gotta like share the answers sometimes. And I'm like, but I don't want to do that because like then the other kids are gonna get mad because they don't know it.
The other kids are gonna call me a nerd. That's what I was like.
Oh yeah, I mean the other kids called me a nerd anyway, but
I think because I was super antisocial, they just straight up ignored me. Like I was purely invisible in high school.
See, when you're a kid in a small town,
I feel like that's the way to be in high school.
When you're a kid in a small town and you're antisocial, that somehow draws the attention to you.
But that's what I was.
You and I had different small town experiences then because
I lived in a small town, but I also lived like 20 minutes outside of the small town. Like I was in the woods.
Yeah, no, I lived
in the
town,
Yeah, and that might have been the difference.
What you're saying is I should have lived in the farm area, but not farm.
Probably.
You should have been a
Because
country
then,
kid.
then they just forget about you. Like, oh, he's too far to drive for. We can't
Yeah.
invite him to things. And so everybody just forgot about me. And because I always had the answers, the teachers never bothered to ask me because they knew I was going to answer it. And so I just sat and read books every day in high school. Like, and nobody questioned it because I always got at least decent grades. Like I felt like I was wasting my time every day in high school. I hated it
Yeah.
so much.
That's how Hunter was, because we homeschooled him for a semester. And then by the time he went back to actual school, because, COVID was a thing, and instead of trying to deal with their version of remote, we just homeschooled him. By the time he went back to school, he was well beyond what they were doing. So his first semester back was just completely boring for him. Like he'd done it already.
High school in general was boring for me, and I even took college level entry classes for my junior and senior year, and I was like, I'm still bored. This isn't exciting to me.
I mean, he's not even 11 yet. He's not in high school.
Yeah, I was like, I think I was bored after 6th grade. Like in 6th grade, they did that advanced testing and stuff, and they were all, oh, you're testing at a junior high school level. And I was like, great. Can I go up a grade? No. Like, oh, okay, well, what does this mean? Well, we're going to throw you in some advanced classes. Like, oh, fun. So what does that mean?
Did you get the
like,
Did you get the gifted program?
Yeah, they put us in some sort of like extra class with the other gifted students, and then we just solved some other puzzles, and it was like having an extra class. And I was like,
yeah,
I didn't sign up for extra work. Like, can't I just go up a grade? Like, why are you doing this to me? And I just remember being extremely bored from 7th grade all the way up until I was a junior in high school. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I need to pay attention again. And I was like, frick.
That's cool. I never got that until I never got that until I actually went to college.
Well, it was just I did nothing but read books. I literally just zoned out and did nothing until I was a junior in high school, and then all of a sudden it was, oh shoot, I need to read the textbooks again. like I felt like I wasted years of my life. It was so freaking boring.
Yeah.
I hated it so much.
This is a weird conversation because I was like, I feel like I had like a mediocre public school experience.
Well, I mean, it was public school, but it was just so boring.
I was like, I don't know. I learned how to be mediocre in public school. That whole like just be in the middle of the crowd. And
but I was a nerd.
First, I will say I was horrific at math. Math never clicked for me. Never did. Never has. I couldn't do it. Come like even starting in middle school, like once you get past basic math and into it's like multiplication. Like I need to just do addition. I need to convert like multiplication
algebra.
to addition. I don't get decimals. I don't get algebra. I don't like beyond the simple like A plus B equals C type of. But like once you get beyond that, like long division too, it was always like okay, it takes me a long time. I'll figure it out. I can be like a C student if I try hard, but to a point in high school, I don't remember my school having any gifted programs to start with. But I also learned real quick that I didn't want to speak up because I was good at like history and like all of the like language arts stuff, like reading and writing, history, like those type of stuff I'm great at. You gave me, and science I was good, unless you hit the mathematical part of the sciences.
Hi, Blinky.
You know what I hated?
Happy New Year's.
You know what I hated about
Cheers.
language arts was
The
all
fact
the
that they
stupid
expected you to
rules.
do
Grammar?
exactly what they wanted you to do
The
and
grammar
nothing
is what I
else.
hated.
Yes.
I was terrible at grammar.
It
So
felt like they
so
literally
here's
had
the
a
thing.
paper already written, and if you didn't
Mhm.
get it as close as possible to what they had, then it was wrong.
Yep.
That's
So
what I
here's what
hated
I hate
too.
about that. The standardized testing, right? Math and science, I always did fantastic in, right? No big deal. My highest score on any standardized testing was in the writing portion. And I sat there and I was like,
Free writing.
How you doing, Blinky?
I hated it because I was like, I hate writing because I have to do exactly what they want.
Yeah.
Like,
I liked writing
and
when
then
it was free writing, but if it was like, "Oh, is this grammar correct?" then I was like, "Frickin' screw you. It's right. Whatever."
I'm drinking champagne because it's New Year's.
yeah,
I was
the
terrible at anything grammar related, and free writing I wasn't great at. Well, creative writing I wasn't good at. But if you gave me a topic to write about, and or to research and write about, I was fine. But if you were just like, I want you to write a paper on what? What do you want? You got to give me specifics here.
See, I loved it when they
so
were like, "Pick something you love and write." I was like, "Frickin' finally, free writing. Yes!"
No.
so
Thrill,
or
Blinky says it looks like you're smoking from an aux cord.
I am.
You are correct.
so
I got a
so
dongle on my
Aureolin,
dangle.
Yeah, I'm listening.
did you take the ACT or did you take the SATs?
I took both, but technically, when I got into college, I took the ACT.
Yeah, so I took the ACT, and you know how the perfect score for anything's a 36?
Hmm
That was my writing score. And I sat there and I hated my life. I like I've hated that was my perfect score because like my
Yeah.
math was like 20, 25, my science was like 27, and my reading was like 30, and so like it averaged like 29 or something like that,
Huh. That's weird.
and like 29 or 30, and I just like sat there and I'm like, why is writing my perfect score?
And my writing was okay, but math and science were always way higher than
Oh,
everything
no.
else. They were
The
the ones that like
opposite.
I was not worried about, especially science. I love science, but like math and science, it was like I'm not worried. It was more about the time for those. But like English and freaking history and then writing, I was like writing probably will be okay. Writing was okay, but like English and history are what always brought it down. But yeah.
It's the
I don't
exact
know.
I
opposite.
just
With writing, I think they just wanted to hear your ideas, which is where like the creativity and the free writing came in. And I was like, yes, thank
I
you.
just had such great ideas that they decided, hey, this guy gets a perfect score in writing. That makes no sense.
I mean, maybe you had a unique outview on something and they were like, yeah, that's intriguing. I want to read about that. Good. Let's give them a good score.
There's a structure
Maybe.
to it with the writing. Like they wanted to see that you, I guess, followed the structure. I guess you can compare it to math. They wanted to see your work, like that you put in, that, okay, you used your introduction followed one of the
Right.
standard types of, was it eye grabbing? And then did you
Here's what I'm going to
kind of
talk
introduce your
about.
topic? Did you talk about it in the body? Did
Right.
you
Yeah.
wrap it up? Did you? So there was
Right.
like a formula
So in
to the writing.
conclusion,
Did you recap? Like,
I know I'm a double published poet too, but still, I was angry.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
did
I
good
dabbled
in
in
the
the
writing and
poetry
reading.
and I just like I like writing, but only in free form and only if people aren't going to
Mm.
be pointing out any grammar mistakes, you know?
Did you? I won like
always gonna do that.
I won $50 in a poetry contest that got one of my poems published.
I just did like the high school poem thing and I think I got like third or something,
I didn't do any
but
of
we
that. I
had
didn't
some
do
like
anything extra. The
stupid
hell with all that
frickin'
shit.
English. Yeah, this was like a on the whim. I was already in a poetry class, like why the frick not kind of thing, and I happened to get third. I was like, whatever. It's not like it earned me anything. They did some sort of like book where they put them all together or something, but we had all sorts of really gifted literature people. So I was shocked that I even got third. I was like, really? Like, I could
So
slap this
I
together in like a
got
night.
published in 2 national books where they picked like the top 500 out of the entire nation of kids that wrote like sent in poems. And one of the years I got like $50 because I made like third or something like that.
Sweet.
They like sent me $50. They're like, "Hey, you got third. Here's $50." And then of course, they sent me the books that my poems were published in, and I was like, "Huh, this is weird."
Well, when I was 3 years old, I won a coloring contest and got my mom a Walmart gift card.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get my own music on Spotify.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a way, right?
There is, but like I feel like I have to pay some manager to put it there, and I
Now,
can't figure out how to do it myself.
Danger, when you say that, all I'm thinking of is Airheads, and I can just kind of hold them hostage.
The candy.
And all I can think is like Danger. They're like, fine, we'll sign them. We'll put them to a label. Like, you didn't even listen to the music, man. For all you know, it could be Danger farting onto a snare drum. Danger's like, I ain't farting on no snare drum, man.
I will hold somebody hostage with hot sauce. I'm not gonna lie. I'll do it.
Right in the eye.
Hey, Danger.
Hmm.
Hey,
Did you know
Danger.
somehow I'm on YouTube Music?
Really?
Really?
Gotta open my palm so that Blinky
For
knows I'm not
your
smoking out of
for
an
your
awesome
unlicensed music streams?
Just keep rocking it.
Hold up, let me find out what it is. It's actually several things too, which is so dumb.
Why is no one drinking?
I'm
drinking.
I'm drinking plenty right here, thank you.
I've almost finished this
I'm
off.
out of my
You've had that
non-alcoholic
same
cider.
glass for
no more.
like an hour.
I keep refilling it. Look at the
Who,
bottle.
me?
I
Yeah, I
hear
keep refilling
lies
mine.
and scandal.
See?
Woman, the bottle's this full.
I can't see nothing. You're a liar.
It's right here. Look at it jiggle.
I don't see nothing. All I see
can't see
is
nothing
Thrill's
mine.
turning orange, and yours has
Yeah,
a
look at
finger
that.
on it.
Right here.
You're
Look
flipping
at the
me off.
bubble line.
Quit it.
See that? Look. Look where they're going. Like, what are you talking about, Aureolin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what
Really
you're saying right
Gosh darn it, these boogers! It's cold.
Alright,
Going to the bathroom.
you ready, Danger?
Sure you are.
What?
It's for some of the TikTok remixes that I reacted to.
That put you on YouTube
Good,
Music?
Aureolin's gone. You're limp.
Yep, that somehow has gotten me onto YouTube Music. Some of the concerts where I've recorded some, like, portions of the
teacher.
concert.
Hmm.
That one's not that surprising. And then the music mixes that I put together. But not like the streams, just the actual mixes.
Hmm.
I'm kind of buzzed, though. I'm going to have that stupid wine hangover tomorrow.
I am too.
Feels like shit all day.
I
have
need
to cancel
to
whiskey and cigars because I drank wine tonight.
And
So part of my goal for 2022 is to start playing music again.
yeah.
So if I ever get to where I feel comfortable posting stuff, maybe I'll do some of that. But
I have a demo that I've recorded and produced. I'm thinking about posting it to YouTube.
Danger. Does it have Scudlin Man on it?
It does not have Scuttling Man.
That's why you're not getting signed. They
You're
need
right.
more Scudlin.
You're
That could
right.
be an instant hit on any radio station anywhere in the United States.
Do you remember that song I did called "Goddamn Life" at one
Yes.
point? Yeah, that's there.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that that's still in my Google documents, because I think I had one we recorded years ago that I sent you
Yeah.
through Google.
Yeah. You remember "Bottoms Up"?
Yep.
That's on there.
So I have the instruments I have access to are an acoustic guitar, an electric guitar, a keyboard, and a trombone.
I mean, I have access to a guitar, so.
I have access to a bass. I just don't know how to play it. I gave
I
up
should buy
trying
a
to learn.
bass,
I was
actually.
like, fuck this. I don't get it. That's like when I tried to learn to play the trumpet. I was like, fuck this. I don't get it.
Trombone's not that hard to play, but it is like really technical, surprisingly.
You need to have.
Then I became a smoker and I can't play any type of wood, like any type of wind instrument.
I've noticed with any wind instrument, it really comes down to your reed. If your reed needs replaced, you're screwed. Because
Aureolin's broken.
Connor plays sax.
Just drink everything. My dad played saxophone.
Did he?
What sax did he play? Like alto or?
I believe it is alto. Yeah.
Like the middling.
I mean,
like that's what my dad was.
I was in an
Yeah, just
orchestra
kinda
for my trombone.
Middle of the road.
I spent a year
I
trying
was-
to learn how to play the trumpet, and I never did get the hang of it.
Really, I got to actually do a couple orchestra performances in trombone. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, Connor
Yeah, I was
did a lot of the high school programs.
Yeah.
He was always sax. Hunter's going into percussion. He doesn't know about the drum kit that I bought him yet.
Because Danger's the
always-
only one who had played it.
I always felt bad for like the kids
Well,
that played like percussion, like the drum kit, because like they never got to really play because of the way the like high school music programs were.
Yeah.
But then they were always like so much shit that they were like, well, you just stick them in the back, and they never got to like really do anything.
So in school, a good drummer doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you're going into rock, there's nothing better than a good drummer. So
like with my grandpa when he played in bands, like the drummer they had, he didn't have a day job. He just played because every like local, regional like bar band was always looking for drummers, so he just played with like 6 different bands.
Yeah.
So he had like gigs every night because he played with all these different bands because everybody needed a drummer.
he was just the itinerary drummer at that bar.
Yeah. So he just like played like with these guys on weeknights and these guys weekdays and this guy on Saturday. So he just played with like a bunch of different bands every day of the week at different venues.
That's how shoot, I feel bad, I can't think of his name. Bruce Springsteen's sax player. He was just an itinerant sax player at some bar that Bruce Springsteen used to play at in New Jersey. And Springsteen happened to be playing there one night, and Springsteen just kind of picked him up. Yeah. It's like,
my grandpa played with a lot of guys
places,
who,
you're coming with me now, so.
That's what they did in Nashville, and that's when I say that's when I learned, but that's when I heard about the idea that there was just like a Nashville like version of like guitar playing and stuff. Was because that's what the guitarist he had. He just played in Nashville for years, just as a studio guitarist, and he would play it as a studio guitarist, and then randomly go and play in various bar bands and stuff at night. So he just split his time, and then that's when I learned that they really had just like a weird, like Nashville style of mass music, so that they could have people just sub in and out to play backup for all the different vocalists that went into the studio album. So he was just a studio guitarist. How many of those guys you never hear about that are just playing guitar? Then they're not. For a lot of those guys, those aren't like the band that they travel with. So they just had a way of like, here's how these guys can sound the same.
Yeah, I think if I was going to do one, my resolution for this year is to get some music out there in some capacity.
Mm.
Because I've got some stuff recorded. I'm just super shy about releasing that stuff for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
The one thing I'm really proud of, I'm scared to release.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just
Why?
try playing instruments again, and then
If you don't know,
we'll
then
see.
there's no reason. Do it.
You're right. There is no reason. I'm just dumb.
Well, so do you want to
The
know the whole
trolls like
reason I want to
MVP.
start? Like
We're talking about
Brent
music
Mac.
now.
we are. You want to know the whole reason that
I'll go back to the
I
bathroom.
want to start playing instruments again?
I want to learn
I
piano.
have been asked. Wait, did you say you know how to play piano, or
I said I wanna. I've wanted to learn since I was a kid.
you know the cool fact I know about pianos? Middle C is always in the middle of the piano logo,
Of
no
the
matter what
logo?
piano it is.
That's
So if you look at like a proper piano, they always like have the brand of piano that like the company that made this piano. And the exact middle of that company name is always middle C, no matter what piano it is.
well, that's because middle C is always pretty much right in the middle of the keyboard.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that like
and that's where they put the logo.
mm-hmm.
I disagree with NDP's whole statement because I've seen a lot of pianos that didn't have any type of logos and marketing on them. So
That's because they're generic, Thrill.
yeah, well, I'm poor. Okay, I'm not bougie like you, Danger.
Well, I don't know.
I
$50
didn't get to
pianos
take.
don't count.
I didn't get to take piano lessons.
This old farmhouse.
While you were taking piano lessons, I was out there hauling tree brush to bring in extra money for the family. Okay.
Yeah, I begged for piano lessons, but we couldn't afford it.
My parents were like, I got 4 kids. I can't afford to give any one of you something special. So ain't none of you getting nothing special.
This old
Oh, you want to take
farmhouse.
Taekwondo? Well, then your brother wants to take Taekwondo. And then your sister wants gymnastics. I can't afford all that. So none of you get to do nothing.
When this old farmhouse we're getting,
Playing T-ball.
they're leaving a piano in it, and I don't know if I remember seeing any sort of brand on it or not, but it's really old, so I don't know. But
I will say that almost all the
Wow.
pianos I saw were like the old, like everybody's whose family was like, well, this was my grandfather's
Yeah.
piano, and
yeah,
not like a
this is
not like
really
a
old
grand
one.
piano, but like the old school, like stand-up squared old wood pianos that, like you saw in like every high school, and
That's what this one's like. This
Yeah.
one almost looks older than that. Like it's old. But I don't know. We haven't decided for sure what we're gonna do with it yet. I mean, obviously it needs some tuning work, if nothing else.
You can get a piano tuned for not too much.
I just
It's
saw
not- it's not
orbs on Danger's camera.
me too.
I'm a ghost.
Or
Or-
beard dandruff.
There's a revenant behind me.
He was just rubbing his head. It probably was dandruff.
Oh
there ain't
man,
nothing there. Are you kidding me?
I should have went back
No
to
skin?
because when you said it was a revenant, I should have clicked over and ended his stream real quick. Like, yoink.
Oh my gosh!
So,
So if I say the name Stradivarius, who besides Dragons knows what I'm talking about?
I do. But when you say Stradivarius, I think of like high-end violins.
Right.
I think
I
of
don't know if they made
stratosphere,
other
like in the
instruments,
sky.
Well, Thrill's got it so far. Dragons, are you thinking violin, Stradivarius?
yeah, I am. Yeah.
There's an art museum in St. Louis, and some guy decided that it was art to burn a Stradivarius.
Can we burn him?
Sounds modern.
I don't know. I don't know who.
I don't
the guy-
care for that
what the
kind of
guy-
art because I
Yeah,
don't understand it. I feel like that's just luck if you become a successful, like, multi-million-dollar art piece from
Mhm.
just doing random shit like that. Like, it's just like how the art world's like, oh my god, that's
I mean,
amazing art. I'll
It's
give you
more
a
about
minute.
your argument. Oh, it's a statement piece on how music in the industry nowadays can literally be anything, and It could burn to the ground in an instant. Oh my gosh, brilliance!
So
I don't
all I
know
want
what
to say,
There you
Stradivarius
go.
is going for these days, but back when I saw it about 15 years ago,
Over $1 million, multi-million dollar
a
instrument.
Stradivarius was going for at least $500,000,
Oh
probably
my
closer
Yeah.
to $1 million.
they are very expensive violins.
They're sought after. If you're
Yeah.
a violinist, you want one.
I would say the last time I saw something about one, it was like $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Then the artwork was clearly a statement on the
Yeah.
value of materialistic things.
Obviously.
So
So much
Gosh.
more important than the instrument itself.
It's clearly worth more in
So,
a
all I'm
materialistic
saying
sense.
Mhm.
all I'm saying is, for modern art, I could eat something that would make my stomach upset and just like put a bunch of food coloring in there so that it came out, and then I could sell the toilet bowl as like a statement piece of how chaotic the world is, or something stupid like that.
All
What I
can
know-
say is that a $1.50 bowl of ramen would make me more satisfied than the burned Stradivarius did.
Thing.
Okay,
So-
what I can learn from that is that whoever did that art installation piece of burning a Stradivarius is clearly a person who came from the kind of background where they didn't worry about burning a piece of musical instrument that
Right.
was hundreds of thousands of dollars. That they like didn't even cross their mind that they could have like, I don't know, done something more productive with it, that they came from that kind of a background. I imagine they're not a starving artist who grew up in the slums of,
Mhm.
the south side of Chicago or something, where because they could get their hands on a $500,000 Stradivarius.
Probably closer to $1 million at that point. I'm
Yeah.
not really sure.
My favorite are the ones where like artists go
They
thrift
had a
store
trust
shopping
fund.
and then they find some thing for a couple bucks and then they paint it up to be unique and then they sell it for an art piece. And it's like I like those. Those are the ones where I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's creative. See, that's cool,
That's one of the reasons I've always really liked Dolly a lot. Because he was nuts, but he was kind of fake nuts. Like I don't believe that Dolly actually had a mental illness, but he pretended that he did, and it just made it fantastic, everything that he made.
He was playing with the idea of art and an artist.
Yeah.
So
I enjoy some of that, but
That's why I liked him so much. Is like it was. Well, he sold somebody a stick for a couple $1,000 just to prove a point. For one thing, is one reason I love him.
so back to the whole musical instrument talk.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother, I don't know if the upright grand piano still exists, because my uncle's a piece of. I'll be nice since Aureolin's still streaming, but he basically took over her house, so who knows if he actually sold the upright grand piano or not.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like an old school upright grand piano where it still had like the ivory keys and everything.
Actual ivory.
Actual ivory.
Wow.
Yeah. And I sat there, and my family was supposedly rich way back in the day, and I'm like, I think all the money went to that upright grand piano. That was the last of the money that we had. No wonder the rest of us have been poor. Because my family supposedly is rich. Well, was rich. Because they owned half of Manhattan Island before New York bought Manhattan Island.
And then your family burned a Stradivarius. That's your problem.
I never
Probably.
got a lot of modern art is when I started to fall. Like when I look through like art history books or just look at art pieces, like, oh yeah, I can understand like the Renaissance and what is it, neoclassic, whatever, and the romanced arts. But like once it starts to hit some of the modern stuff, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I don't see a lot of like skill here. Like, it just seems like luck of the draw that somebody's stuff hit a certain time frame where it was like this jumble of stuff. But like, I always love like the skill that went into stuff, like especially the Renaissance and the
Mhm.
angles and the positionings and how you drew the eye to certain positions, and it just
See,
The
there's
Renaissance,
it's
I didn't really love the Renaissance, but like Impressionism and
mhm.
like like Monet and
yeah, that too. I mean, even into that Impressionist era, is that like the Romanticism era still though?
uh I
Romanticism to me is more,
Roman.
yeah, like Michelangelo and
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
I
was
guess
it's like, yes,
I start to
slightly
lose
more
it when the
modern
art
Europe, I guess
starts
you
to
could call it.
lose.
Like
yeah,
it was
Yeah,
post Renaissance, but I really liked Impressionism and just that
I
idea of like dots can make an image kind of thing,
yeah.
I guess that's the
and
key is if you're making
Picasso
an image,
and
like when there's something there, but when it was just like you got later into like the modernist movement, and you're like, oh look, it's just like uh
a toilet bowl.
yeah, a toilet bowl. It's just this is a pile of garbage stuck together. To
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but there was one that did
Yeah.
that huge display, or
There,
even into
there's a
like
lot of
the
those.
oh Lord, what's his name? The guy that just did splatters.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Just threw splatter work of paint onto like a canvas. Like, here you go.
Yeah, I can't remember. The most modern name I can
Mhm.
remember is Andy Warhol, but
Warhol, yeah.
but he actually wasn't bad.
No, I like Warhol.
Yeah, but
The key is separating the art, like
Well,
that had
I
meaning
should
to like
say,
the
the
commercialism
only
part of the art.
modern
I,
stuff I honestly remember from the art history books is the ones related to nature. And I
Mm,
really like I didn't fully understand, but I also appreciated the artwork that some of the artists did where it was like in nature and it literally was only going to last like maybe a few hours and then it was going to be gone because of nature
and,
effects.
and I think that's actually kind of how I feel about Warhol. I know what he was doing and I respect
Yeah.
what he was doing, but it's not really my thing.
Yeah, like
I
I
appreciate it for what it is,
right.
but eh,
I don't disrespect him.
right.
Like he had a thing and it was interesting, but I'm
And
not
he
gonna hang it in my living room.
right. He did a very specific thing to prove a point, and awesome for you. Props. Just I'm not gonna hang it.
He had a few pieces that were like, wow, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he
really
did.
intriguing.
I always really liked, like you said, Impressionism.
Mhm.
Um, Dolly just had. Dolly's one of my favorite. I always go back to him.
mm.
He just had a certain style. I always liked the melting clocks. That was always the thing for me. Always really liked Picasso. Then you start getting into the Romanism. It's like Michelangelo, Donatello, all of them. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, you are amazing at
Right.
doing realism,
That's what I liked was the realism, but also the
but
emotion. Like you
realism
looked at
already
something and it
exists.
just was there. It's like
Right. Yeah.
it doesn't have to be true to form, but it's like you can see the suffering and the expressions on the faces and like
Yeah.
make a human connection to the portrait and just get sucked into the landscape and just
Yeah, I think that's why I loved Monet so much was it wasn't so much about the precision, but yet he still
yeah.
caught this
Right.
feeling, and I really
Mhm.
loved that a
That's the
lot.
thing. Like I don't get a
Him
lot of modernism. I don't get the feeling. Like it
him
doesn't
and
like it
Van
have an
Gogh,
emotional.
like Van Gogh, a lot of his pieces I could feel it, like the
Mhm.
emotion in his pieces. Granted, he was crazy, so maybe it takes a certain type of person to really understand his art, but I really like his stuff.
I mean,
Like,
Van Gogh was fantastic.
Van Gogh and Monet
Bro,
are probably like
There's
my
no denying that.
favorite.
all I'm hearing out of this conversation is that Danger now needs to give me impressionist thumbnails for like the next 5
Yeah.
series.
I mean,
You might not like them.
if you want to pay double for me to go into that, fine.
Hey, so from free to more free?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, there's
I'll pay
probably
double.
an
really
app
care.
for
I'll
that
pay
at this
triple even.
point. Just turn it into
Huh?
dots.
Oh, so Aureolin, there's an app you might have fun with.
Oh, great.
Called Tinder, and
It's
I'm happy, thank you.
it's called Wombo Dream.
Wombo Dream.
Wombo. I'll probably have to DM it to you.
The
But basically, you type in a bunch of keywords and tell it what style you want, and then it just generates art from your keywords.
Huh.
There
The,
was somebody that created every level of Valheim using it, just typing in different things about each area.
Interesting.
And
It sounds like it literally just searches online for relative things and then puts those elements together.
I mean, yes, but it's fun. I did one when I discovered it. We were right in the middle of rafts, so I just typed in a bunch of stuff like that, and it made something that looked like that place from the game that looked like Ready Player One, where it was just a bunch of trailers stacked on top of each other, and you're supposed to zip line between them and all that. There was somebody on one of the Valheim Reddits that
no.
they did every version of like the plains and the mountains. They had different keywords that they had typed in for each one, and it made really cool versions of each biome.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like it's just something to play with. It's free. You just type in a bunch of keywords and tell it what kind of style of art you want, and it pops something out in a couple of minutes. So
Yeah, I mean,
It
if
was really
nothing else,
cool.
it's an inspiration source.
yeah, it was fun.
Horseshoe crabs. Type that in. See what it tips.
Hey, they're
Rock
cool.
lobster.
you know,
I love
Rock
horseshoe
did you know
crabs.
horseshoe crabs actually aren't actual crabs?
Correct.
How dare you?
I like horseshoe crabs. They're very cool.
They're
I
very
remember
cool.
finding them on the beach as a kid, and then they're just so interesting.
They get all their eggs eaten by the birds.
Yes.
I was-
The
I was
area
out
Their
where I used to
migration.
spend childhood was a big migration spot, so they would close down beaches for the horseshoe crab like mating and migration stuff.
And then
I
the
have a
birds come
stuffed
and
horseshoe
feast
crab
on their
somewhere.
migration.
Somewhere I have like a stuffed like beanie baby horseshoe crab as a kid because
Wait,
it's like just
Danger.
it was so associated with like that part of the East Coast, like that mid-Atlantic area where I spent so much time as a kid.
Danger.
They're just so alien
Yes.
looking. You just want to pick them up
I
and turn
sent
them
you
over.
the TikTok video of the like phantom no, it wasn't a
Little
TikTok
claws,
video. It
like,
was a YouTube
"Eh."
YouTube video of the phantom jellyfish.
I don't think so.
Didn't
Kind of reminds me of my roaches.
No roaches.
You flip them
I felt
over
like
and it's
it
like,
did.
horseshoe crab.
This
Oh,
the stupid roaches can go to hell.
Whatever. They've grown on me.
They're creepy.
You know, the first time I opened that bag and I saw how big they were and stuff, I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? And I'm like, carefully
That's what she
dumping them
said.
out
Oh.
in the bin, and then like weeks later, now I'm like, I don't care if I have to like scoop them up. I'm like, hey, how are you doing? How are you going? Okay, here you go. Go back in.
They're weird and creepy and make noises.
They don't really bother
There.
me anymore.
They bother me.
I don't
a
like
lot.
roaches.
Danger.
I have PTSD of being a kid. Like roaches.
They don't really
Send
bother
them.
me
I
anymore. I just
posted
grab
it
them by my
in
fingers when I need to
Troublemakers chat
feed
again.
the frogs. I'm like, huh. Get in there and be food.
Where'd you
That's
post
what I
it?
think about the frogs. Get in there
In
and
the
be my food.
Troublemakers chat.
Yeah.
Let's look. What do we got here?
Did you?
Aquarium.
Yeah, just now.
Phantom
Last thing was
jellyfish.
me at 7:30.
That looks fake. Oh, that's way wrong because I posted multiple things since then.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And so is
Oh.
dragons.
The jellyfish, yeah,
I
I remember
posted-
seeing that.
I posted the snake stuff for Aureolin.
Yeah, the
That one looks like
jellyfish, I
Aureolin when
sent
she
it
sees
to-
a snake.
because
Yeah.
because it's literally I was getting ready to lay in bed and that was the video that was like recommended to me, so I looked at it and I'm like, wow, this does not look real at all. But
Yeah,
it's
Are
apparently
you
a real
not
jellyfish.
impressed that the first GIF all I saw was that cobra biting his arm, and yet I could still tell it was a cobra? Be impressed.
I was like, I wonder if Aureolin will know this is a cobra.
I was looking at it and I was like, that looks like a freaking cobra. Is that a cobra?
It was
Deep-
devenomed. There's a good backstory to that cobra biting him.
Deep sea cameras can only do so much, and they always look really grainy, which makes them
That's
look
so
Yeah,
cruel.
it looks fake. The cobra. Yeah, they were doing a scene.
All I'm
and
saying is
The
if
deep phantom
there
jelly.
ever exists a way for humans to go the deep sea,
Well, there already is.
Yeah, it just doesn't look great when they try to record it.
Because, I mean,
No,
it's
but,
normally
like,
in a sub.
humans.
looks like
Yeah.
a Muppet.
Well, I mean, what's your definition of deep sea? Because free divers have gone quite deep on their own.
Right.
When you
Mariana
get
Trench,
deep enough that you
see.
start seeing weird things like this phantom jellyfish.
Well, then that's not that deep.
Yeah, I mean, you can see way creepier if you go deeper. Giggity.
There's a lot of
All
deep
I'm
sea
saying is-
stuff that's really cool, though, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see
All
them.
I'm saying is if say Jeff Bezos came to me and said, "Hey, I have a sub that we can go all the way to the very bottom of the sea," I would tell him,
The bottom of which part of the sea?
Right. Are you talking like
like,
the deepest level possible?
Because that's not
The deepest
possible at
level
this
possible.
time.
I know, but I'm just saying if Jeff Bezos comes to me and he's like, "Hey, we can go the deepest level of the sea,"
Heck yes, sign
I'll
me
be
on. I
like-
want to see this first.
I'll be like, "No thanks. I don't want to know what else is out there."
Oh, I
I'm good
wanna,
enough.
I wanna
No.
be there. I wanna
No,
be there. I
no.
wanna see it in person and tell people it's real.
If I had an option, I'd rather trust Elon Musk than Jeff Bezos. But if Jeff Bezos is offering me the option, then yeah, I'm gonna take it.
I mean, but then again, I've been
I don't-
scuba diving since I was 12, so. But yeah, heck yeah, I want to see. That's cool. I thought it was awesome when
would
I
be
started scuba diving and lionfish started coming up higher. Like, those used to be deep sea fish, and now they're up in like really shallow reefs in some areas. And the first time I saw a lionfish, I was like, holy cow, like that's a lionfish. And
I just want to go deep sea diving enough where I can find the Fijian mermaid. Okay.
I mean, there's
posted
stuff
one
down
in
there.
Discord.
Like, it's so
I want to see that. I
cool.
want to see one of them running around in the ocean.
I want to see
That's
those
Me.
awesome squids and those big glowing jellyfish and the blind fish and stuff. Like, I want to see it all. That's so
That-
cool.
Throw that looks like it came from Ireland. What are you doing?
The blind sharks. I want to see it.
Back in the day, there
But-
was a thing. It was called the.
But I mean, my
the
degree is in zoology, so I mean, I want to
The-
see it.
colloquial term was Fijian mermaid. It's but it's basically they sewed like a monkey to a fish, and then would pass it off as some sort of like cryptozoology mermaid.
Yeah.
One of the museums when I was a kid growing up had one, and I was just fascinated by like that whole thing. Like I was like, oh. So I always think of that when people are talking like the P.T. Barnum, like freak show stuff. Like this is a legitimate thing that they passed around to the rubes for years, and sideshows was a monkey skeleton sewn to a fish.
See, and I'm sitting here thinking about tiny phytoplankton that they found that live inside of lava tubes that shoot out boiling water, and they live in that boiling water environment, and they actually survive.
Like I was thinking of like the creatures that lived around like the volcanic stuff. They're like, how you can't even exist there,
and
but
yet they survive.
and stuff in like the Mariana Trench and
yeah, it's really cool
Didn't
stuff.
they recently find a snail? Didn't they recently find a snail that like lives in the lava volcanoes or something like that?
There's hammerheads that live in a volcano.
I thought I
discovered a new species of something.
reading that there's a type of snail that lives in volcanoes, like actually in volcanoes.
There is definitely a type of like, it's like a phytoplankton or a bacteria or something that literally lives in lava tubes where boiling water shoots out, and that is the only place they live, and
like
they
it feeds off the sulfur or something. I remember reading it during my geology class during the volcanism
where the tube worms grow
section.
on the outside. They can only live right next to it where it's super hot, and but these things live actually inside those tubes, and it's just like, wow, that's insane. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of things we don't know yet.
I know in like the last 4 months I've discovered that a lot of the Nessie sightings
were just a log with a Halloween mask.
They were very excited
fish
male whales.
I mean, I've always thought those photos were iffy at best.
Yeah, well, so they compared a Nessie sighting to a whale hard-on, and they were identical. So,
I mean, it's like back then, people see something they can't explain, which was a lot, and like, they're just like, oh my gosh, it's a monster. Like,
yeah.
Can't believe you.
Like, there was a picture of Mariah Carey in one of her, like, fancy-ass pools or something. And there was something sticking out of the water in the background that looked exactly like a dinosaur coming out of the water, and it looked like Nessie. Yeah, it was a whale penis.
I can understand though. I mean, I'd do the same thing if I was in a pool with Mariah Carey.
Yeah, are you comparing yours to a whale?
Well, I do have a bit of a limp when I walk, so take that what you will.
He's like, I'm glad the woman picked up on what I was putting down.
And by the time you're disappointed, it's too late. Then it's like, God damn it, but we're already here, so...
He lied, but I'm too horny to care.
Like, well, it might take a while, but we'll go ahead and row that boat to England. I was expecting a super yacht, but...
You fooled me,
whatever.
But I'm here.
Yeah. Too late now.
You win this time, sir.
I lured you in with the fake pack of Magnums in the dashboard, and now you've been caught.
What does it Barbie like to say? Still hit. Giggity.
Still counts. Oh.
So, I used to have a friend that would always say that his was the smallest ever because, like, women naturally would think like, oh, it's so big. Oh yeah, he's exaggerating. He used to have this theory that if he just said it was the smallest ever, they would actually be curious enough to like look and be like, is it really the smallest ever? And at that point, he's like, well, I already got you here.
I don't know.
I
I never asked him how well it was.
Yeah.
It sounds like at the very best it's coercion.
yes.
It doesn't sound like
Well,
a great idea.
You know what though? Back in the early 2000s, like that was if that discussion came up, talking about grooming or something like that, it was almost like if you were completely shaven, it was enough to get curiosity aroused because that was a new thing.
I don't know. I feel like if
Girls
you
would be like, "Oh, I've never seen that before." And it's like it was enough to lure them in.
I feel like if you mention your size in any way, then
No,
it's
you gotta
just
have a
like
gimmick.
it's an immediate like like I don't know.
Off the bat, although I did know a guy who had like a fucking hammer, like just a hammer, like thud. And he said it was actually a curse because it was so big that a lot of women just couldn't deal with it. So he
Oh.
couldn't get laid because it was like an anaconda. And it was like,
It was
no,
just too
no, no,
big
no,
of
no, 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 no. Like, too buku.
Yeah.
But he's like, or you would get started, but like you couldn't because he's like, you could just, you'd have to ease it in and get like half in. So it was always like a non-starter. He's like, sleeping with women was like he's like, if you ever slept with a virgin, it was like that every sexual experience because like most women were like, oh yeah, I want a guy with a big one. And he's like, he pulls out this fucking just hammer down on the table and is like, oh no, 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 no. Like, you lay it on my stomach and it touches like my tits. Like, no, 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 no. It's like, It's like,
I'm blaming Danger for this talk because he talked
I
about
know.
whale penises.
I didn't do anything.
Look,
Well, his conversation makes me think about like some of the ladies I saw in the showers like with their boobs and like I didn't
Oh.
realize some
you
people
were talking about boobs. I was talking. I thought you were gonna go to the
areas
roast
could
beef
look
angle.
like that and it was just like holy cow, I didn't know it could look like that. Like I thought mine were normal and is that normal?
Like, why are your areolas miscolored?
No, it was
Wait
more
a
like,
minute.
why
that a
are they
pepperoni? Do you
literally
have a nipple?
covering the entire bottom portion of your
Yes.
boob? Like, what is
See
that?
that too.
It's
We
like
call those pepperonis.
it's
Pepperoni nipples
bigger
going
than
on.
that. I mean,
Yeah.
like the huge, and
Seen
I'm just
that?
like,
Yes.
I didn't know they could be like that. Like,
I had a girlfriend that was like that. It was like her whole nipple was like this big.
yeah, like the whole
She had like
bottom of the breast, and it's just like, I didn't know that could
she
happen.
had somewhere between like a C and a D, and like like 36 CD, like right on the border, and like the whole nipple was just the bottom of it. Like,
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, and I'm just like trying not to look, but it's like,
well, before showering, and I
Jonas
won't
will
even
come
say,
out and be like, "What are you talking about?"
yeah, before like the shower stuff, like even growing up in the community I grew up in, like you showered in high school, but then you're like, wait a minute, like I didn't realize there were uncircumcised penises until like you start sharing. Like, what is wrong with that guy? Does he have a deformity? It's like, what's going on? Are you melting over there, bud? Is the water too hot?
what's that like?
I actually figured that out pretty quick. I have a cousin that wasn't circumcised.
Oh.
and
No,
I've
see, my whole
technically
family's a
never
bunch
seen
of
one.
Gentiles. We're not savages like your family.
We both decided we had to pee out in the middle of the woods
Yeah.
one day at the exact same time. And I'm like, why do you look different? We were like 8 years old.
You're like, why you got a snake and a turtleneck, bro? What's going on over there?
Now I'm just more curious. I mean, coming from a science background, I have a general idea of most likely what it's like, but I've never actually seen one, so.
It looks like a snake in a turtleneck.
But I
It's just
don't
like,
know what
Yeah.
that means.
It looks like a snapping turtle. It's weird.
It looks like an anteater. Oh, that's what we call them, the anteater. It's, I don't know, the skin's over the front.
Yeah, I always thought it was
Mm.
just covered.
Like you've got to pull the skin back.
Yeah,
Like
so
pee.
isn't it just covered then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the skin just whoop goes over the front of it. Like I don't understand that.
Well,
I didn't
mean,
know that like there was a deal. Like I didn't understand what circumcision was until, later, like, in like your late teens. Like I just assumed that like naturally stuff looked like what it looks like.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
what's even funnier is that, like, circumcision is
Mhm.
originally it's a very Jewish practice, but then it just became
Well, then it was
the
adopted by
norm.
Christians.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it was a
it's
Jewish practice,
like
it became
that
adopted
is
by Christians.
Okay.
yeah, that's just the normal thing at this point.
And it is more hygienic.
Yeah,
Come on.
it's
But
easier to take care of, but
you don't have to pull the skin
Yeah.
back to clean it.
It was like I've heard that there's a lot of like medical things that can arise from not having it and stuff like that.
I mean,
So
I think only if you're not personally taking care of it.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean
It's a
it
small
requires
risk,
that
but
extra effort basically.
Yeah, but it's not even that much effort at the end of the day.
and
That's
like,
what I would
the-
think. I mean,
I'm-
it's
like,
just extra skin.
I'm
Like,
75% sure once aroused that
take a
skin
normal
retracts.
take a normal
Right,
shower
yeah, I
and
was
wash your
like,
body. You're fine.
once it's ready to go, like I mean, the blood goes there
Mhm.
and then it expands, so obviously it would pretty much be the same, right?
Yeah, functionally, it's the exact same thing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm circumcised. Both boys are, but like, it's literally the exact same thing, really.
That's kind of what I figured. I just never actually seen one, but like I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, coming from a science degree, I pretty much understand it, but it's just like
Yeah.
I don't
Never
know why
seen one
so many
personally.
people went through that phase of like, oh no, you shouldn't do that until they just decide themselves, and it's like,
No.
but
Nobody as an adult wants to have that done.
right? It's
No
like they
man
don't
will
want to
ever decide
remember
to be like, yeah,
that,
just chop that
and
shit off.
yeah, it's like they
when
don't
I
want to
was a
remember
kid,
that, and honestly, you're saving them a lot of hygiene issues later. Like, why don't you just
Yeah,
do it?
I mean, really, at the end of the day, yes, it is a little bit easier. So just do it. When the kid can't remember any different, when they're
when I
3
was a
days
kid,
old.
There's not really a difference, really. I mean,
My brothers had to
No.
have 3 circumcisions done because the first time they didn't take enough foreskin off.
oh wow.
So I just remember as a kid, like, I don't remember, I was like 12-ish. So like we're talking like 8-10-year-olds, something like that. But, it was like a weird, they had to go in and get like put under anesthesia, and then it was stitched up because they do it before puberty
Yeah.
because you have to but later in life, like once it becomes, I don't understand why, but it was medically a thing that was done. And it was like, oh, you can only wear boxers and loose fitting clothes. You can't have anything constricting it or rubbing on it because it's a surgery site with, like stitches in it to hold stuff together. And it's like, because they go in and they just, as an adult, they cut the extra skin off. And I was like, I don't know the whole deal, but I was like, I can't imagine having a recircumcision done as an adult.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
remember when I was.
If I turn the shower on too high and it hits it, it hurts. Like, I don't want no knife down near that.
I remember being between like 15 and 20, and there
I've had a
was
lady's teeth scuff, and I don't want a razor blade on there.
You don't like that?
I remember an ongoing joke of like
No biting.
Not even a
You-
little.
What's the teeth?
Like, you're a man when your balls
Just to scare you a
descend.
little bit.
You're a man when your balls descend and blah blah blah. Your balls actually descend when you're 2 years old, and Connor's didn't, and there was surgery.
Yeah,
involved.
unless they don't, and then
Yeah, and then there was surgery involved, and he's
unless one doesn't. Like, oops.
yeah. So
Oh
he had
no.
Connor, my stepson, was like 2 years old, and he had to have surgery because it didn't do what it was supposed to do.
They couldn't
got
just wait a
stuck.
little
Hey.
longer?
No, it got pretty bad pretty quick.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I know a guy who's so one of them's like normal size, the other one's like the size of a grapefruit, but there's no medical complexities with it.
Huh.
Well,
Hmm.
one's bigger than the other anyway, so they don't clack.
No,
And
they're also like one's lower than the other, so they don't do that too.
Yeah.
I don't know what the
But-
problem is. Both of mine are the size of grapefruits. Like, woo!
Nasty.
I don't remember what we were doing, but I remember one of the girls I knew was talking, and her boyfriend said something. You know that whole you make jokes about your dick size. She's like, "Shut up! Like you were cursed with big dick with like you ain't got a big dick. You were cursed with big balls and little dick syndrome. Just shut up right now." Like his dick's normal size, but you can't tell it because his balls are so huge that it makes his dick look tiny. A grapefruit
So
dick
Aureolin
and a
can't keep
plantain
this
penis.
as family friendly anymore.
Oh, well, our podcasts never were they?
Yeah, she decided a long time ago that podcasts were just kind of free game.
I didn't
Yeah.
think Aureolin
What?
restarted her stream. It
I
didn't
did.
pop up for me. Did it?
Nobody jumped in.
I'm here.
I've refreshed
Alright.
it a couple times and it
I'll
just
go in the
keeps showing
bathroom, so I'll
like
be right back.
Fazlo's.
I'm still here. I've
Screen
liked
hold.
it, and I firsted.
Yeah.
I'll first again.
You're my one viewer for the entire
Oh.
duration. I've been
You're
sitting
welcome.
I've been sitting in your conversation the whole time, honestly. Like
That's
There's
on
nothing going
me.
on over here.
On
either.
YouTube, if you refresh the
Yeah.
stream, it doesn't reload it. It just shows the ended stream.
Yeah.
that's
So you have to
I
go
think
back to
technically
the
it's a
home
different
page.
stream, so yeah, it is it's
No.
weird. That's why I don't really I feel like streaming on YouTube is basically a waste of time at this point.
I feel like streaming is a waste of time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
only do it to hang out with you guys, honestly.
I have like no
Yeah.
viewers every time and nothing, so I
feel like
don't do anything to
I'm
like pour out my
here.
stream.
I
I'm
feel
not
like
like
discoverability is actually easier on YouTube.
I don't
just got
know.
so used to Twitch that it's easier to just pull it up and
keep telling you,
feel like-
Danger.
what happens happens.
I feel
you
like
need to wear like
Twitch is
spaghetti
better if
strap
you're
tank tops and
streaming.
shit when you're streaming. You'll get better discoverability.
Yeah.
You know what?
Is-
We should do like an experimentation. Like, I should come to Twitch and like all of us will just wear tank tops for like a week straight or something, and then we'll go back to just wearing normal stuff and see what happens.
There ain't nobody that wants this in a tank top.
Hey, you don't know. That's why we all gotta be on board.
I got some wife beaters.
We got the big buffer dude. We got the
Yes.
skinny white dude. We got a girl. We can just do all tank tops and just
Am I the skinny one?
Wait, you're the skinny dude. That
skinny
I
white
was like,
dude.
we got like, who wants to see a fat man in a wife beater? They'll be like, oh, is this cops? Oh no, it's just a stream.
They'll be like, "Oh man, I like this." I don't know why, but I like it.
I do have a tank top that has Deadpool on it. I guess I could wear that.
I like tank tops, so I got a lot of tank tops. I wear them in summer. Freaking love tank tops.
I have a couple tank tops. Actually, I think I have 3 or 4 tanks. And I literally only bought them when we were planning a vacation to the Texas beach resorts.
Yeah.
And I don't ever wear them because I don't wear tank tops.
I
I have lots of wife beaters though.
Yeah, I've got wife beaters that I'll put on underneath
are-
Under
something
things.
else.
Yeah, undershirts. I've worn like wife beaters since I was in high school though,
Yeah.
and I still wear them.
I mean, I guess technically they're A shirts, but
Yeah.
everybody calls them a wife
A
beater.
tanks. We always call them wife beaters or beaters.
Yeah.
I've always loved tank tops. I mean, like, I don't look as good in them as I did when I was buff, but I just really like tank tops. Whatever.
I don't know
It's
that
like
I
not
ever looked.
super
I don't know
fat.
that I ever looked good in them, but I like wearing them
I
occasionally.
have to layer up so you can, not so I can hide how fat I am on stream. Like, no.
I used to look good in them when I had like the buff arms and stuff, but I don't
Now
know.
I got like
guns right there.
now I got like grandma jiggle
Mine
going
are as
on.
big as yours.
They're probably bigger. Jesus.
Go body slam you.
You're
Aureolin
taking
flexing,
them
and all I hear is like whap 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 whap. Like the Hulk Hogan theme song hits. Aureolin comes storming in.
Chokehold! I know how to put them down in 5 seconds. Yeah.
Comes in, kicks you in the gut, stunners you.
I mean,
Like,
I
blam,
always
blam.
wore tank tops. I mean, like I love summer, so I love tank tops, and I wore tank tops all the time before I ever joined the army. And then after I joined the army, I came back, and after I came back from basic training, obviously my arms were much bigger because all I was before that was a runner. And so when I came back, my shoulders were like huge and my biceps were like super toned, and I was wearing tank tops, and I came back to meet my recruiter, and he just kept going. And I was like, are they that bad? Like frick, why do you keep looking at my biceps? Like, I get it, I can 100% the PT test, but frick, you don't gotta hide my biceps like I'm gonna take you out. Like, stop.
Wow. She's like, he's gonna clothesline me. Help!
It was the weirdest thing. I've never had a dude eye me so hardly. I was like,
Her
does
recruiter
it look
was
bad?
like, strangler danger.
Like, frig, what? I'll stop lifting weights. Like,
What she forgot was that he kept eyeing him because her arms were. She wasn't standing like this or like this. She was like this, and they were just flexed. Like,
I was like,
he's
I'm
like,
back, recruiter.
you lied to me.
I found
All that
out the
bullshit.
truth. No, I was just standing there.
You promised me more money.
I just remember it so vividly because, like, a guy's never eyed me so hardly in my life, and I was just like,
We
does it look really bad? Should I not be wearing a tank top right now? Like, gosh,
Nope.
can you
We're
make
just-
me more
when-
uncomfortable?
We're just creeps, and that's how it goes.
when I got back, my recruiter just like made a drop by my house. Like right after I got back, like we called and he was like, "Oh yeah," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm back," and he just like swung by the house. The problem was he showed up like I don't know whatever time, but I had a bunch of people from the neighborhood over and we were having like a party. So he showed up and it was just like people drinking and like a bunch of like the neighborhood girls were over with and drinking, and then there was like a girl in like with no top on and handcuffs like on the like he knocked on the door and I opened the door and like when you looked over my shoulder there was just like a girl like topless like hanging out and drinking. She had a bra on, but and like she had handcuffs on, and then there was like a couple of guys and like a couple of girls just all like drinking and partying and making out, and it was just like a crazy. It was kind of like one of those like crazy high school parties, but it was like, hey, I'm back from basic, and then like
Right.
everybody just showed up and we started drinking and being stupid.
I remembered being invited to any of these parties.
I didn't know you until like 5 years later,
That's true.
4 years, something like that.
These are those post-basic, post-deployment parties.
Also, Thrill. This is the last of my bottle.
Mine's gone already.
You drank the whole thing?
Yeah.
You've been defeated.
It's like I think there's this much left.
I got you.
Oh, you wasted a drip. What have you done?
It's all right. It's on my pants.
New thumbnail.
I gotta change the title now to "It's on My Pants."
Oh. Oh.
Don't worry, guys. It's on my pants.
It's all right. It's on my pants. I'll get it off later. And then you're like, oh no, it's on my pants.
Now we all have to just refer
Like,
to
what are
him
you
as
doing
this
over there,
for the rest
Danger?
of the week. Hey, it's on my pants. How you doing over there?
I
And then-
can't do any worse than I did a couple of weeks ago. So
I was just waiting.
What was
Danger's
a
like,
couple of
fine
weeks
now.
ago? I forget.
it's all gone, guys. And 30 seconds later, he's just tearing his shirt off and flexing on camera. Like, woo!
I am the buffest dude here.
A couple of weeks ago, I just wanted to play Fallout, and it sounded really weird. That's
Oh,
what happened.
oh yeah, I
I know
forgot
what
all
we
about
used
that.
See, in
I
my
know
head, he
something
was
just the
doing,
two
like,
of us could do.
Yeah.
Something
In my
along
head,
them
he was
lines.
doing like the one raised eyebrow, squinty face. Like,
I know, right? He like got close to the mic. He's like, I know something just the two of us I can do.
I went back and watched that clip, and it made me feel even more awkward than
And
I
his
It
eyebrows were
sounds
rising up a little bit. He was like,
purely
"Oh,
impure. That's why I hesitated, because I knew what you meant, but I was like, excuse me, what?
And he had like his tongue out like an e-girl. He's like,
No, see that's the worst part. If I was trying to be funny, I would have been fine. But I wasn't.
he was being serious. Like,
I just wanted to
Hey.
play Fallout. That's all I meant. There was
It would've-
nothing impure in my brain at that moment.
And yet it sounded so
But it
impure.
sounded so bad.
it wouldn't have been so bad if you hadn't. If right after it, you wouldn't have been like, "So how you doing?"
I just meant Fallout.
I'm like, Danger,
It
I
did-
gotta go. I know you mean New Vegas, but I gotta go.
And then she woke Chrono up like, "Chrono, now, let's go, baby."
Chrono, I need you now. Kind of turned on. Sky was sexy talking me about New Vegas, and I need it.
I didn't want to play New Vegas, so baby, now.
I thought you'd be mad in
Just
the
like,
morning.
Chrono, you're the Wanderer. I'm a Deathclaw. Now, let's go.
It's too late for you. I mean, I 100% knew what you meant, but it was just like,
Yeah, like
I mean, Danger was like, "I know what we can do," and then he just stood up, and was like, "Helicopter, helicopter, helicopter."
Like I don't even know how to defend myself because when I go back and listen to it, I'm like, yeah, that was dirty AF.
It's like
But
Danger's thirsty AF.
in my
Right.
brain, at that moment, I meant nothing more than New Vegas. There was, I don't know. I got nothing.
and in my mind, I'm like, do I mock him? Or does he feel really guilty about saying this to a married woman?
I felt really guilty, but yes, you mocked me.
I was like, nah, I got it.
Then Aureolin was like, "I'm married." Danger was like, "That ain't my problem."
Like,
we got
I
New
mean-
Vegas, baby.
That was definitely, I knew what he meant, but he needs to be roasted moment. I don't care if I never live it down. because it was too good.
100%. I 100%. My brain was like, he is talking about Fallout, but frick, that is not how it sounded.
Nope. It deserved to be roasted. It was too good not to.
I mean,
If you-
really, if you go back and listen to it, it does
I
not
did.
sound good.
It wasn't. I almost deleted the clip, but I'm like,
That's
no,
why I just was like,
no.
Like, why am I not streaming right now to capture my facial expression? Because I was seriously just like, did this just happen? Like, what?
Like-
Excuse me?
So, I mean, the whole point of streaming is entertainment in the first
Right.
place. If I get a little embarrassed, I was like, okay, It's like I'm not like I mean I told you guys the week after. It's like I don't get embarrassed. I'll say whatever I want and people can just deal with it.
Guys, I'm first.
In that moment, I
Andrew's
was
always
embarrassed.
first.
I'm first
He's
now.
like, winner.
I'm the first.
Hey, in your
He's the
stream,
firstest.
I first and I firsted. So
I'm the first one that caused him embarrassment.
"Bam,
I was
bam,
not
done."
embarrassed. I loved it and every second of it, but I was like, yes, this
I
is a
don't-
moment where we cannot let it go.
I don't recall being embarrassed any moment in my entire life until then. I'm like, oh, I effed up so bad.
I finally broke his comfort zone.
But then Danger's like, I mean, I was just
Next is
Unless you're
dragons.
serious.
Yeah, I didn't mean
What
it.
do you mean next is me?
I don't know if you're into it. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine.
I don't know if I'll be able to crack Thrill any time in
He's
this
like,
decade.
Do you have brother husbands? Is that a thing? Brother husbands? I heard of sister wives. They never heard no brother husbands.
I'm gonna get dragons next. The beauty of
With
being
what?
the only lady in the group is that you get to
Wait.
embarrass all the dudes.
I'll have to explain context to get it, but Danger will get it. It'll be like a friend of ours who screamed like a little girl and covered his eyes and fell down with when he got
Oh, no.
flashed. Like, he's like, I'm gonna flash you, and he's like, No, not you.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Usually they're just like, yeah! Not that I've ever done it personally, but
I know. Only
I've had
problem I
friends who
is
have.
My wild days were like pre-popular cell phones, because like otherwise I'd have a photo album by now.
right.
Like shit.
Like, dang it! Why didn't this exist then?
I mean, we're talking even like pre-Palm Pilot days at this
Yeah.
point.
Oh yeah. I mean, when we were in high
Here's
school,
your flip
like,
phone with your.
yeah, I was like, when we were in high school, flip phones weren't even a
Mm.
thing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
When I was in
texting
high
wasn't
school-
a thing.
I got a StarTAC prepaid phone. Like you could just make emergency calls on it, and that's it. Like a Motorola flip phone.
I didn't get
There
a flip
was no
phone
camera, no
until
nothing.
I was like a junior, and that was because I was driving my siblings, so it was for emergencies.
That's when I got mine, and it was like I was working, so it was like I got like a
Yeah.
hand-me-down prepaid for, because I usually worked like nights, so I'd get off at like 10 or 11, depending on when the store closed, and
Yeah, I mean, you
stuff
just never
was
knew when
done,
you were going
so
to
it
get
was like
called in.
emergency. Yeah,
Yeah, that's how it
but
was for
then
me.
like, you're like, oh shit, man, it's probably good some of the stupid shit we did to not have photographs and video evidence of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
I
when
had-
texting started, and I just was like, why is everyone texting? Just call. And now I'm like, don't call me!
That's because when texting started, you were like, have to hit each button 3 times to find the letter you were
Right?
looking for.
Okay, now I need a K.
I remember I was like a baller when I got like a digital camera in like 2004. I was like, I got a digital camera and a laptop for deployment. Like, woo!
Yeah, I
You
got
got
a laptop for
I was a
deployment. That was
baller.
my first laptop. That
Got
was
a Blackberry,
2005, and I was like, yes!
got a BlackBerry Curve with a full keyboard and felt like you were somebody.
And like you could set it
Right.
up, and everybody wanted to watch movies on your laptop and shit. Like I
Those
was like,
fancy
the
people
only
with
person in my-
pagers.
I had a
Do you-
pager
wait,
in high
do you
school,
Danger, do you remember the LG Envies? Like
but
the,
I was a drug
the
dealer, so it was
I remember
expected.
the Envy. Yeah,
yeah,
I liked those.
man, that was a fun time.
Yeah, I didn't have one, but I remember them.
I had an
What are we
Envy, and
talking
then
about?
like the Envy 2, the one that like flipped up and like the screen was like horizontal, and you could do
Yeah.
Oh, like the slider phones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
A friend of mine had one of those. It was so cool, and then he but the slider wore out within like 6 months, so like it wouldn't stay open and shit.
I had one that was
So mine wasn't a slider. Mine was like
flip,
it
Like
right?
opened.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I had one that was. I think it was just a Samsung though, and it would either open this way or it would open that way, and then you could text like a keyboard.
Oh yeah,
And I
had
liked that one. I
Nokias.
kept that thing for for so long.
I had Nokias, and I think in like '07, when I got my job, I ended up like with my bonus getting a BlackBerry Curve, and then I used that Curve for years. When it started to fail, I bought replacement parts for it online and just like changed parts over, new battery, like new keyboard,
You
and used it for
scroll
like a
wheel.
decade. Yeah, the Pearl scroll ball.
That's how a lot of my phones were. Like I used them as
I
long as
I
possible.
kind of I miss phones that had physical keyboards.
So do
Yeah,
I
I did like it.
well, you two are out of the conversations, but I feel like dragons might fall into the same boat I do. Like that whole like you got big hands, fat fingers, and it's like using a physical
Mhm.
keyboard. You're like, it's just so much nicer where you can feel. I guess
Yeah.
Aureolin. I mean, she can't.
Oh yeah!
It's fine.
Dragons are bigger than mine. Dang it!
That's what I said.
Boost them up! Come on!
You got to put on 4 bras. Just
Darn it!
I mean, Thrill understands. There are perks of being a fat man.
yeah.
You get to go. Yeah, that's what it's like.
Hey, all right. Like now, was that old Eddie Murphy joke? Like, well, who's sucking on whose nipples tonight? Like, woohoo! You so fat? Who's sucking on whose titties tonight? Oh,
That sounds like it was from Delirious. Was that from Delirious?
I don't remember. It seems like it
probably
would
was.
be, but it was an Eddie Murphy joke where he was like, "God damn, you so fat! Like, who's sucking on whose titties tonight?
Delirious was messed up, but it was. So
You here with
good.
your girlfriend?"
Oh my gosh.
But like physical keyboards were just great because they had the ridge between them where you could tell the buttons, so
Yeah.
you didn't like fat finger it.
They were really
Yeah, I mean, with
small,
the touch
though.
keyboard, I fat finger texting all the time.
But I will say when I went from like a flip phone with
Does Danger have dainty
just a
hands?
standard like phone keypad, so
baby
triple
hands.
touching everything.
Look at how little
to-
your hands are.
They're little.
I think my
I don't
hands are
have that
bigger than
big of
yours.
hands. Whoops.
I have skinny
Maybe.
I
fingers,
have
but like my hands are
normal size
huge.
hands.
Here, hold one.
But
Up. Let's do it.
yeah, that'll work. Like, hey,
No, mine are bigger.
we need a point of reference. Does everybody have a shot glass they can compare?
I
it
don't
to?
know. We'll have to compare
don't
next
think-
time we meet. I never
that-
realized how big my hands were for a girl
He's not bad.
until I was in high school and like I had some girlfriends and like they would hold their hands
Yeah.
up to mine and it was
And
like
it's like
it was
this?
like this and I
What?
just was like, holy frick! Like,
You
your
have, like,
hands are
piano
tiny.
hands or just- I don't have big
Yeah.
Yeah,
hands,
that's
but
what
I have,
everyone
like,
told me. I was like, you got
fat, meaty
piano
hands.
hands. And I was like, man, I wish I could play piano.
I don't. Piano hands are like long fingers. I
That's
just
what I
have
got.
chunky hands.
I
They're not that big for my. They're not big overall, but they're big for like my size originally. I wear a
always
size
feel like I have
11 ring.
small-
How's that? Does that help narrow
I have to
things
buy
down at all?
men's gloves most of the times.
Yeah, I wear a men's large to. It usually is okay for. So I'm not that big of a hands. I'm just a large.
Yeah,
But when you think
I
about
I
it, I'm
usually have
only
to-
like 5'10".
But look at the crease.
Thrill, I hate you. I have to
Oh
wear.
yeah,
I
that
have to
means
wear
I've been
extra
working
large.
in the
Yeah.
farm.
I usually wear a large. Some things I have to go up to extra large. It depends on the manufacturer, but for the most part, large to extra large works.
Yeah, almost
No,
all
I have
women's
to go-
gloves
I
don't
have to
even
go
fit
I
extra
me.
don't.
large. If I do large, like my fingers don't even like go all the way into the glove.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I don't have
I have
long
to-
fingers.
I have to
I've got
get
fat hands. Like
large.
the palm's fat and stuff, so it's like, ugh.
yeah, I mean,
My-
like, look at my
yeah.
fat palm, but I also have, like, fat long fingers.
Yeah, see, my
too.
I have
fingers
a
aren't that
really
long.
big palm, and then I've got long fingers, so I have to get like
Yeah.
larges.
I mean, if it helps
I feel
narrow
like I'm
things
somewhere in the middle.
things
Mine are
down.
really
Danger,
big.
what size was your wedding band?
I have tiny
Like
fingers.
a 10? 9?
No. 7.
Whose wedding band?
This
Yours,
is a
Danger.
7. I think
Mine was-
these are 6.5. I think
That's like
My-
average. Well, I guess an average
because
is
it
probably
depends
like a
on the
5,
finger.
but, I mean,
Because I think this is a 7.
let's say ring finger.
Ring finger, I think, is a 6.5.
Like a 7? See,
Six-
that's not that bad
6.5.
thickness wise. So
No, I got skinny
just have
fingers,
long
but I got
fingers.
big palms, big hands.
My wedding band was
For
a
choking.
6.
Ah!
I have tiny hands.
I wear a
Big
size
hands.
11 ring finger.
Yeah.
Do you? I wear size 8.5.
Really?
I was like, ring
That's like
size
my
isn't
pinky.
different for men or women, right? Like it's all just the same.
I think it's all the same. Yeah, it's just diameter of the ring. Really.
Yeah, I think so.
Could be.
So my ring finger, this is 7, and I think these are either 6.5 or 6. So I
Yeah,
have
like a
skinny fingers.
Mine's
7. A
8.5.
7 is like my pinky finger. I wear like an 11. And I wear an 11 on a normal day, but like if I eat Chinese food the night before, I can't wear the size 11 ring.
You
Because
retain
I'm all
water?
swole up. Like when I swell up the next day, I'm like, nope. I gotta,
Yeah.
I can go
Aureolin-
down a half a size.
No, when I
Fat kids
first got
retain
married-
water.
When I first got married, this was just a flat 6.
A
Okay.
6!
Wow.
Yeah.
Skinny
couple
white
years
My
boy.
later-
grandpa was like that.
couple
That's
Yeah,
okay.
little
Chrono
fingers.
is too. Is sexy.
Couple years later, I got up to an 8, but now I'm back down to a 6 now.
I don't know. There's
See?
something about the big guy too, though.
No wonder when I was
What are
in
you
high
talking
school,
about?
it was like, I was like, it's like, how you supposed to finger blast a girl when you got like size 6 fingers? Shit.
It's just sexier,
You-
right?
You use more fingers.
2.
What's the problem?
He's
You
like,
get
I've
two
never
size
had to use
11s
more
in
than
there.
one.
He's got to stick them both in there. Maybe spock her a little bit.
You never had to
Do it.
use 2?
Oh, yes.
It's whatever you got to do, man.
But if you have to
It's
use 3, that's just too big. I'm sorry. Hot dog down the hallway.
It might just be that she's attracted to you. Those pelvic muscles relax,
Like, why am I in there wrist deep? I can't keep up with that. I'm sorry, sweetie.
It's because she's ready.
We're gonna have to move on.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever used 3 fingers. But
Yeah.
It's always been 2.
Mine
Yeah,
are
If
when
you
you-
got 3 fingers in there, just flip her over because you're going in the back way because it ain't work.
That's rude.
Don't worry, you spit on it a little bit first.
Could be that she's just really turned on.
None of that was any less rude, Thrill.
Don't you know how women's pelvic muscles work?
Like, God damn it, baby, are you peeing on me? What's going on right now? I'm
Okay.
confused.
Maybe she's attracted to you for some reason and everything's relaxed and she's ready.
It was like,
Wait,
God damn, it
when
was
you
like
get
one
attracted
finger,
to
then you
people?
saw a Rolex, and now there's 3 in there. Shit.
I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to be streaming anymore.
This
My
is-
stream might have been canceled already. I
It's
don't
like,
know.
this is personal time now. This is bringing in the New Year's rice.
Sometimes you just got to put those hip waders on and just get a foot in there. Wham!
What would all
Jump
you
in it like a
boys
mud
do
puddle.
without me?
Yeah.
we would have been banned a long, long time ago.
They're like, oh, there's a girl there. It's okay.
We cool.
She's
Wait,
laughing.
so-
It's all right.
Wait, so
They
women
were
are
like, wait a
actually
minute, didn't she
attracted
say
to
she was a
men?
vet? Never mind, she doesn't count anymore. Cancel.
What dragon?
I said women are actually attracted to men?
Well, obviously.
It
Well, some
happens
women are.
occasionally.
Some of them want soy boys with.
I thought you
with
said that
knots
there
on their
were
head.
403s. Them are all attracted men.
304s, but
Whatever. Flip it over, it's the other way.
Some women are into that. Just like some women are like, oh shit, a guy that's got body hair. Hot damn. I need a
can I
gorilla.
find me one of the women who's actually into body hair because I got a lot of it.
There's
There's
a
a
lot
line,
of
though. If you
ladies
got
who
back
like a
hair,
lot
you're
of
out.
different things.
Yeah.
Like, chest hair is cool. Back hair, nope. That's too far. That's too far. Your shoulders are hairy. No.
Okay, well, I'm doomed.
I feel
Because,
like I was
no.
just I never cared. It was less about your appearance and it was more about what you brought to the table. Like, are you
It's less
loyal?
about your appearance and more about what your wallet looked like. Come on, let's see that bank statement.
No. It was like, are you loyal? Do you have a good sense of humor? Can you put up with my BS horse around with you crap or not? Or, like that sort of stuff. Like, can I poke fun at you and can you
Yeah.
poke fun
Other
back,
things are bonuses. Like,
Yeah.
If
I
I
feel like
can't
that with
poke you
women.
and you take it as a joke and then poke back at me, then it's not gonna work. Like, I don't care what
I
you
hate
look
when
like.
people.
I care a
I
little
hate
bit
when
what you
people
look like.
poke
If
my
you're like
size because I'm actually
the
6'.
Elephant Man or the Masked Kid or something, like, nah, I'm sorry, I can't get past that.
I
But,
don't know.
like, if
I
you're at least
mean,
average, like, I'm like, okay, I'm like at least like an unoffensive, like I'm not like offensively ugly, so like, like I might have been a 7 when I was in the military. Now I'm like a 5. Like I'm there. I'm okay, but I got a good sense of humor, so it's cool.
it's just like,
But
like dragons and stuff. He's talking about like all these girls who are talking
I'm
about
not
like,
Steve Buscemi, so
oh,
I'm winning.
if you're not super cut and buff and in shape and all this stuff, and
Mm,
it's like, my first boyfriend when I was in high school, he was overweight, but like, gosh darn, he was a sweetheart. I freaking liked him a lot. But
I still don't believe women actually like dad bods.
I don't know.
Really?
I mean, it's more about your personality than it is about how you look, honestly. Like,
I think you're just finding the wrong women.
Well,
probably.
so here's the problem. I don't have a personality. My personality is I go home and I'm a hermit.
Well, maybe you need to think about what she wants to do once in a while.
Never. Oh, wait. I mean, that's kind of like now you're talking about marriage territory.
Well,
Or you just
I mean,
give
if
up
you're
and do whatever
dating,
she
isn't
wants
that
to
what you're
do.
looking
Like, okay.
for? That's the
No.
whole point of dating.
You just
No, it's
put
not.
up
I'm
with
never
what she's
getting married.
into. Like, okay, you
Then
like
why are you
this.
worried
Well,
about dating?
I'm not worried about dating. That's why I don't date.
But you complain about girls not liking you.
looking for marriage is courtship. Dating is not.
It's not?
Not anymore.
I thought
it's
dating
Netflix
was
and
like
chill.
a way
Oh.
to like find out whether or not they're marriage material.
Not these
No.
days.
Not anymore.
Well, if you want to do that, then that's where you're like, all right, well, we went out on a few dates. Now we're gonna go like on a trip out of town and have to share a hotel room for a week, and then we'll figure out whether or not we're compatible people.
Gee, you can find that out in 2 days. I can tell you that from experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't have to go to that extreme. Like really, one restaurant visit kind of tells you a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people can still put on airs. Like, you can date it for a little bit, but once you've spent, like, say, a week in, like, a fucking hotel room with somebody, like, all right, this ain't going to work. Like, our personalities are not going to work out after a week in a hotel room together.
I will
don't
tell
know,
you from personal experience, at least in my dating life, people can only keep their appearance up for 6 months. After you get past that 6 months, you start to find out who they actually are.
That's too
Well, they
long though.
Yeah, they shouldn't have even kept it up that long.
Yeah, like that's too long. It's a shame we don't live closer because honestly, I'm a really good judge of character. And like some of my friends, I'm like, okay, you got a new boyfriend. I'm gonna come out with you on the next like dinner or whatever. I'm gonna meet them, and I can immediately tell them like, you're probably going to have some issues with this. And I just want to prep you so you're aware.
I probably should have brought you the last time I went to Chicago.
Probably. I'm really, really good at it. I don't know what it is, but I've been blessed with being able to tell, like, underlying people's nuances and their intentions, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's part of the hypervigilance thing, but I just can tell when someone's, like, either overprotective, overly jealous, or not going to click in you in a certain way kind of thing. Like, I can just see it.
Well, at least I figured it out
here's
before I went
the
back
thing
to
about this.
Chicago, so.
And lost a kidney. Oh.
Here's the thing about this is Aureolin said she's a good judge of character, but she chose me as a friend. So how good of a judge of character is she?
Well, I mean, she can leave you as a friend anytime she wants. So.
I mean,
If I can't be your friend, nobody
I gave
can.
you the benefit of the doubt through danger. Because
so you're blaming me now.
He said
So it
that
comes
you
back
were
on
a good
you.
friend, so I was like, okay, I'm going to give him a chance. And yeah, you harassed me in those first few months, very blatantly, I might add. But it was obvious, so I knew what you were doing, so I let it roll.
Like to give people shit.
And that's very clear. But it was very clear that you liked to give me specifically more BS.
I was like, I don't know about this, Ariel, and I have to test the water. And like, oh, she got moon dust in her lungs. We good.
But that's okay, because I'm the type of person who can take it and understand it and let it roll. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, you have to find somebody who can just roll with it and not take it personally, which, of course, is not an easy thing nowadays.
I mean, he did let up eventually once he realized that you didn't care.
Yeah, I mean, eventually when I stopped responding, he was like, well, frick, I'm not going to get a response. Like, yeah, that's right.
Lord, I still get responses from Danger.
That's why you hate Danger him all the time.
You can thank the government for that. With all that government training.
Hey, Danger.
She was like, oh,
hey,
you
Danger.
give in.
I'm playing a new game.
Do a shot. Ah! Oh.
Luckily, I did have one brother. That's all I needed.
I had 0 siblings.
Maybe that's why you need all of us.
My cousins are basically my siblings, though. Jesus.
I feel like I got harassed pretty good through all my siblings.
I had one ask me for like $500 the other day. I'm like, no. Jesus, no.
Oh, you're not kidding. Yeah, no.
Danger. I bought a video card and I need $500 to pay my credit card bill.
No.
That's okay. I had a random guy on the street ask me for $500 too.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
One
Hey
reason
man, you got $500 for some weed?
I just think it's funny that
I had a guy.
Dragons went from harassing me about my gameplay abilities to, hey, look at this cool merch I got. Like, heck yeah, we got stuff in common. It's a huge nerd too.
I don't know if it was a gas station or a grocery store. I think it was a grocery store. And like, man, can you spare some money for? I was like, this was before I got the truck. So I was like, I'm driving a 15-year-old car. Do you think I got money to spare? And I was like, oh no, buddy, you're asking the wrong person.
Dude, that's the funny thing. Like they're hanging out. They're hanging out outside Aldi's now.
Oh no.
So like,
they migrated. They used to hang outside Aldi's when I was in like high school and like would do the family grocery shopping. This was before Aldi's was on the good side. Well, this isn't the good side of town, but
you're right.
On like the better side of town, like the working class versus like the poor class of side of town. Where it's like, do you look around? We're at Aldi's. Like,
Yeah.
Everybody in here is shopping on food stamps, and you're like, "Can you spare some money?" Like, no, no, I cannot. Like, this car is like 20 years old, and we're
Right.
shopping at like the cheapest grocery store in like the Tri-County region. Do you think anybody here can spare you money? I guarantee you, everybody in this store just paid with food stamps.
That's pretty much exactly what I told him. I was like, I was putting the cart up and getting my freaking quarter back out of the cart.
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, you
You're
got some money to spare? I'm like, dude, I'm shopping at Aldi's. You think I have
You're like,
anything?
I just pushed a cart across the parking lot to get a quarter back. You think I got money to spare? If I did, I'd have left the cart sitting in the parking spot.
I want a
like, dude, I
TikTok
got-
about that. Like shopping at Aldi's, you go put that cart
Yes.
back and like, yes.
Yes.
Ah, yeah.
And then you find like an extra cart, and you're like, oh yeah, another quarter.
I got you back.
I feel like
Yeah.
The funny
Aldi's
thing
has almost
is
gotten
like,
too bougie for me. Like, it's weird because all the Target moms caught on to Aldi's, so they all shop there now.
no, I mean that's the thing though. Like, I shop there, so I'll talk crap about Aldi's all day long, but I like their meat selection better than Walmart.
Yeah.
So
Like they're doing a better job than Walmart is these days.
So the one thing I'll never get over is one time when I was, going to catch the train to go back home. I got stopped by, a transient, and he's like, "Hey man, like you got some money to spare? Me and my girl need a hotel room for the night." And I said, "Sorry man, I don't carry any cash." And he's like, "Well, there's an ATM right up the street." And I'm like, did you really just?
You know, Danger was there for that one. You'll remember. I don't know. Do you remember we were in like the Taco Bell parking lot, and there was that lady like asking for money for, and it was like, but then when you called her out, like, yeah, what do you want? We're going. We'll get you a few things. Well, we don't
Yeah.
actually eat at Taco Bell. We can't eat here. And
Yeah.
like, then
Yeah.
you're here asking for food in the parking lot, but then when you offer to buy food from that restaurant, like, well, we can't eat we need money to get this, or
Yeah, I think the
There was
last
a-
time we had a beggar come up to us, it was right as we were leaving a restaurant, and I had some leftovers, and this person came up to us and was like, "Yo, I'm so sorry. I really don't want to do this. La da da
I've
da
never
da."
done this before.
And I'm sitting here like excited about my leftovers for lunch tomorrow, and it was like, here. Take
slapped out of
my
hand, like, bitch, I don't want no
leftovers.
leftovers that you done touched. I want a fresh
Because
steak.
they were talking about, like, I got kids hungry at home, la da 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 da, I need to feed them. And I'm like, fine. And so I gave them my leftovers. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, they're probably just going to throw that away. And I would have really enjoyed that for lunch tomorrow, and it's like, ugh.
It's easy to feel like a jerk in those situations, but I just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neither do I.
Because my ex-wife worked in the situations where she knows like a lot of the homeless people in the area, and the people that are panhandling for the most part aren't homeless.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, she never saw them at the shelters. They're not trying to get help. They're just asking for money.
Well,
That's how it
so
is in
here-
our town, too.
Mm-hmm.
here
It's
here in
it's a
Colorado,
huge scam.
Mm-hmm.
here in Colorado, it's terrible. But if you see a homeless person on the street, you already know that they're just a druggie. Like, because like all the people who are actually homeless who like want the help and stuff, they actually go to the shelters and get all that
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
But
like,
the people who are like on like all these hard drugs and
Right
stuff,
back.
Yeah,
they're like,
there's no reason to panhandle. There's assistance out there. Just go get it.
Right. Yeah, and actually,
Anyway,
there's a
so-
whole
so
group of
on the-
people who like rotate corners and share and stuff, and they claim they don't have this, they don't have that, and then they're sitting there on their like $1,000 phone calling their
Right.
accomplices to like come switch places with them and stuff, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, I'm past it. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I haven't. The last time I gave money to somebody was about 8 years ago, and he had a child with him. It's like, man, I'm just trying to get my kid something to eat, you know. It's like, well, I see the kid. I don't know if you're lying to me or not. If you are, you're going to hell. But
Right, like
yeah,
that's so
like here's some
dirty.
money. Yeah.
Yes.
Why would you
I
use your child? That's awful.
I
Right.
gave.
So
Oh,
so in the
But I'm
same
not. I'm
vein
not
of
gonna.
the Taco
Either
Bell,
way, I'm not gonna deny a kid.
Yeah.
So like, you're like, yeah, here's some money. So.
in the same vein of the Taco Bell trip you guys were talking about,
Mm-hmm.
one night when I was going home from hanging out with a few friends, I stopped at McDonald's, and of course it was on Colfax, which I don't know if you guys wouldn't be familiar with
oh
this,
no,
but
yeah.
Colfax is basically, you know, it's where all the crack hoes are. And so like a crack hoe literally was in the drive-through knocking on people's windows and begging for money. But like she was like twitching and everything. And I'm like, I'm not rolling down my window. Like first of all, COVID's still going on. So I'm like,
Right.
I'm not rolling down my window. I don't know where you've
Me?
been.
I would have been an entrepreneur and offered to help her get a job to make some money, but I'm too afraid of police stings now. So you ain't getting no money now. I'm not giving you money for being poor, and I'm not giving you money to earn it either, because, well, you might be a cop for all I know.
Thrills into the
I
dirty
mean,
earning.
I mean, Thrill, you're. I don't know if
Hop
you've
in the
been
back
to
seat.
Colorado.
Let's go to that alley.
I don't know
Pull
if
some
you've been to
GTA
Colorado
stuff right now. Come on.
and you've seen the Colfax crack hoes. No.
Look,
Not even if I was on heroin would I even attempt
well, they might have
that.
been. Like, how much you need? Like $20? Oh, I'll get you a bag. All right. Get you a few rocks. I had a
So-
friend who would meet
I
girls
got
on the
you.
internet, and then when he would always end up inevitably with like the extremely overweight, unattractive girls, he would look at porn on his phone while they were doing the deed.
Oh my gosh.
Nope, I'm good.
He would be
Why
getting,
is
a little
how
bit
is
of
that
mouth,
even
a mouth
worth
fun
it? You
while
could
he
do
was
that at
looking at.
home without risking an STD.
He'd be like, "All right, you just go down there and have a little bit of a mouth party, and then I'll just look at videos of girls I wish I could have on my phone."
No,
This
thank
is a
you.
true story.
That
Let's put
sounds
it
like
this
a
way:
huge risk to me.
Because then she
if
brought
you're
her.
going for a Colfax Cracko, you're either down bad or you just make very bad decisions the entire time of your life.
Reminds me of, oh man, what was that? I think it was Futurama, where he was like, where they were doing something. He's like, oh, whatever the money was, and he's like, $10, $10. He's like, I'll do it for $5. Ew, ugh, I don't want nobody to do it for $5. I want a $10 woman. And like storms off.
No, the last time I was in Chicago, I got to Union Station, and within 10 minutes, somebody was begging me for money to feed their kids.
Yes.
There was no kids to be seen. It was just him. Asking
Yeah,
for
I
money
mean,
to feed some
this
kids.
basically sounds like downtown Denver. You like go to downtown Denver and like on average you'll probably get asked by like 7 to 8 homeless like, "Oh, can you spare some money?" And I'm like, "No, I can't."
So
That's what?
this story gets better though.
Ooh.
Oh,
did you?
So
Did you make him earn it?
No, I did not.
Danger was like, "Oh, you need some money." He just rolls around with a pocket full of quarters and just flicks quarters at him. There you go. Yeah.
I don't
Bottle
carry,
caps. He's just like snap, flipping quarters like bottle
They're all
caps
from
at him.
Aldi.
I don't carry cash. Period. I just have my cards.
Me, yeah.
Well,
me
that's
too.
your first mistake.
He's like, I can hear your pockets jingling. Give me that pocket change.
So this guy at the train station's asking me for money. I'm like, no, man, I'm sorry. I don't carry cash. Blah, blah, blah. He wanders off, immediately asks somebody else. within 5 seconds of
Yeah.
me telling him no. So a little bit later, I wander my way over to the hotel, and I see the same guy that I saw at Union Station come walking up to me and ask me for money again with the exact same line. Man, I'm just trying to feed these kids, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, I just saw you at the train station. I still don't have money.
Oh, I didn't know, man. We cool.
I was like, dude, I already talked to you, man. And
I hate the
there was a
ones that
news-
like cut you off at the gas station and like
yeah.
try to corner you and crap, and then I'm just like, frick, I don't
Well-
have any cash. Please leave me alone.
Well, that was part of this guy's problem, is because he walks up to you and he starts his line, and you want to say no immediately. He's like, before you say no, listen to what I got to say. I'm like, no. I don't care what you have to say. No.
I have no cash on me.
I don't carry paper. Go away.
So there was a news story in Colorado like a few years back about a homeless person who got a square, like one of those square things for his phone, so that if you turned him down saying you don't have cash, he's like, well, you can donate to me just like by swiping your card. And I literally sat there and I'm like, why is this newsworthy?
That's when you say, oh man, I filed bankruptcy, so I don't got no cards. All I got's an ATM card. I don't have no debit cards. They won't give me none. You got any money you can spare? I'm about to get evicted out my house.
So
I actually,
I was like, no, go away.
this just came up because, and it's funny, Aureolin, you bring up the gas station. I guess it was Thursday, when I was at my mom's house, and we decided to go out to lunch. So we went to Denny's that's attached to like a gas station, like truck stop type thing. And we no sooner got done eating, my stepdad went out to have a cigarette, and we were walking over because I was helping my sister-in-law with the baby put it in the car. So we're putting the babies in the car, and we turn around, and there's a guy asking my stepdad for money, like outside the Denny's at the truck stop. He's like, and he immediately, my stepdad was like, no, I don't have any. And he turned and walked straight towards us. And it's like, I was like, I'm with him. I was like, I don't have any cash on me, man. Sorry. He's like, I don't normally do this, but I just need gas money. And it's like, nope. And then he walked to a few other people, then got in his car and drove off. But it was like, I was like, no. I did give somebody some money at like the grocery store parking lot not too long ago. But that was more of I got like $3 in my wallet. Here, go away. Leave me alone. I'm trying to put my groceries in the car.
It's just amazing how many people like know that if they ask, people will just give them free money, and they're not ashamed to ask.
So there's this diner downtown called Sam's Number 3, and every so often a homeless person would literally come in and go up and down the restaurant asking people for money while you're sitting there eating.
The restaurant lets them do that?
Like, here's a 20. It's like, joke's on you, it's counterfeit. You're going to get busted.
So they would always do it when it's busy, like when the servers are like super
busy.
busy.
Monopoly money in your wallet.
They'd always do it when it's busy, so because the servers are like running like with chickens with their heads cut off, because there's like too many people and not enough staff. And so once a server would actually like see them come like bothering people, then they would get them out. But
that's what I've noticed too. Like with some of like the stores around here, they'll show up, and then they'll just hit a few people and then bail before the place can like come out and say something, or like they've got it like down to an art where they know they can harass people for like so long before, and then take off, or before like they know when the store will send somebody out to say something or something. So like, okay, I can ask like be here for like 5 to 7 minutes, 10 minutes, and ask 12 people before the store sends somebody out to tell me to leave. So I can just ask a dozen people, and then I can just move on down to the next store and just work my way down the line.
Yeah.
Or like one place I was at, like a strip mall area where there isn't like any specific So you go to one place and then you just move like down the strip mall a few stores and harass people somewhere because that strip mall doesn't have any security or anything like that. So it's like, oh, customers complain. So then the store owner has to call the property manager, and then the property manager has to like either send somebody out or come out later. So they've got like a window of time to harass people. And somebody who worked as a security guard, I'm gonna like, I don't care if you're like, if you're like, let's say you work at a gas station, I don't want to go deal with that homeless guy in the parking lot until I have to. So my hope is that he'll just harass a few people and then leave. And same with being a security guard. Like, my hope is like, I don't know, he's harassing people, but I'm working in like a joint property, so there's
How dare
a
you?
dozen businesses. So it's like, I'm not the security guard for the business next door. So unless he's like in front of my door, I'm not going to ask him. I'm not going to say nothing until he's in front of my door. Then I'm like, all right, you need to move on. And then he just walks 10 feet down the road to somebody else's business in the same area. Like, all right, bye.
The hotel downtown has to kick homeless people out all the
Yeah.
time.
I saw one place we called the
Aureolin
cops
screamed
because
at
he
me,
just
it was
refused to
rude.
leave.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's
What's
like,
your
dude, you're
complaint?
trying
People
to
are
nap on
talking.
the bench in our lobby. Get out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, I was like, I'm calling the police. And then some of them make a scene. Like, why do you call the cops on me? I was like, you're sleep, like you came in and sat down like you were, like you belonged here. But then, like, it's like after a few minutes, like, all right, you need to leave. Like, I just need to rest for a minute. Like, no, you need to leave. Aureolin's over here yelling at people.
And slapping me.
It's
And
not
in
working,
response,
though.
I like it. You slap Danger. He's like, hey, buy my t-shirt.
I know, right? Like, what the frick? That's not what that does.
Just slap people like, oh,
What the frick?
here's a shirt.
I
It's
feel
only
raped.
$29.99. Made by Bangladeshi children working midnight shift.
Violence.
BS.
It's got wool in it. It'll make your areolas swell up. It's all itchy and shit.
3 of us can advertise it.
Here you go.
There's no cooldown for me, yo.
That's some BS. Dragons is in on it now.
Abusive. How dare you, Danger?
Slapping
I mean,
everybody
at this
up in
point,
here.
that's almost a domestic.
I know, it says F out of. This is some BS. Why won't it let me do it? This is
You're getting
rigged.
a restraining order. That's it. OP time.
It is almost 3:30, and I feel like I need to
That's
try to make
true.
myself go to sleep here in a minute.
That sounds like crap.
Same.
I mean, it is crap, but also I have to. The kids are gonna have me up at 7.
I will probably sleep till noon, and then I'll get up and start getting stuff ready to go get drunk at Danger's house.
So we're not streaming tomorrow on New Year's Day?
Nope.
Drinking whiskey. You want to drive 4 hours? Come on up.
Danger said if I don't, he's going to drink all my whiskey.
I gotta go shopping tomorrow to prep for Chrono to
Even
be gone
worse.
for like 2 weeks.
I have to get my car into the place to get a new battery.
I thought it was already there, and they were just waiting to do it tomorrow.
No, so the whole thing is they couldn't get it in at all. So, and they don't want you to keep the cars there overnight. So the car is at my parents where I'm at, and so in the morning we're gonna have to jump start it probably because it's cold and snowing,
No.
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll have to go. Then I'll have to go take it to get its new battery in.
You guys finally got some snow then.
First.
Yeah, finally.
I can't
Just
come back to Aureolin's got a shop tomorrow to prep for Chrono being gone. Are you going to like go to Best Buy and look for guys that have like a a recently removed wedding ring tan line. Like, hey, you're recently divorced and you look like you know tech stuff. Can you just come hang out at my house for the next couple of weeks?
This is
Hey,
accurate.
somebody to fix my computer and take care of the kids while.
We might also swing through Petco because
Yeah.
I accept them as well.
Huh, that looks like a lot of cat hair on your shirt. So, can I talk to you for a minute?
Hey, I like you.
I can't. And then NDP, you got a battery under the seat. That's just weird.
That's how they designed that car. You just remove, like,
Yeah.
you just remove the rear seat, and the battery's just right under there.
Oh,
It's
the
a
rear
weird
seat?
spot.
The last time I saw it under
Yeah,
a seat, it was
so-
the passenger seat.
Of a Hummer.
So you
Was
literally
it the
pick
Hummer?
up the bench seat.
I thought it was my dad's Mustang. I don't remember. Maybe it was the Hummer.
I think the Mustang did have one. Was it the diesel diesel Mustang?
I don't know. It was really old and white. I was a kid. I don't remember. We sat
So
on a
you-
bench
so you
seat in the
literally-
back.
So you
Yeah,
don't know if it was
so-
the 80s Mustang or not, do you?
I mean, it might have been 80s bench seat, so, and it was a manual. I remember that. It had blue
So
interior. It was
yeah, so I
very
have
old.
a bench seat in the back, and you literally just lift up the back seat, and like you look right there, and you're like, "Hey, there's the battery. That's great."
I feel like you should have just done that yourself.
Maybe it is the Hummer
Well-
I'm thinking of, though.
I would love to, except it does look semi-complex to get the battery like actually installed back there.
It's really not, though.
You just take the negative off first, and you're fine. And then put the positive on first. That's important.
It's really not.
It's not that important, no.
I don't know.
You just attach them in the right place and it works.
Yeah. Just don't
Right.
cross them. That's not good.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Unless it's
Why
on a
is my back
person
seat
that you
smoking
don't
now?
like.
yeah.
They say if you don't attach the positive first, then the negative can fuse. But probably not.
I always just do them at the same time, so.
I always did one at a time because I was afraid to touch both at the same time.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
As
know.
long as you don't connect between the two, you're fine.
Mhm.
You
Right.
drop a wrench between that, and it's only 12 volt, you're fine. It's just like a morning coffee break. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Just make sure you get a kitchen glove.
Yeah. Zap your stuff to it. It's kind of a locked Discord right now. It's a group thing. People, we know each other. We're getting close to ending the stream anyway.
You got people talking over there?
It's 3:30 in the morning.
People talking nonsense?
Well, 3:30 for us, 2:30 for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go here in just a second.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
me
some
too.
Me too.
Take the doggo out.
I knew you guys were slowing on your drinking.
Yeah, I
drank
ran
an
out.
entire
so-
bottle of this nonsense. What do you want from me? It's empty.
Why don't you go get something else?
I drank
like-
other stuff already.
My bottle of
What?
terrible sparkling wine stuff is gone, and I've had 2 cocktails and I don't know, 3 beers, whatever.
I
But
drank a
I've
beer.
been gone
I've had,
for a week.
I got some apple moonshine.
There you go.
No, the
Oh,
apple moonshine's
cherry.
in the cabinet. This is the cherry moonshine.
Oh.
You
I've
lied
got
to me already. How dare
Apple in
you.
the cabinet, yeah.
What?
It's actually just Kool-Aid mixed with vodka.
It's actually
Here you go, Danger. This is the moonshine, I swear. I didn't
so
just,
good.
I'm not holding back on you at
It's
all.
delicious.
All of a sudden, Aureolin has like a perfect voice.
I just put food coloring in Fireball.
I
I'm like,
haven't
go ahead,
talked
take a
for
drink.
like a week, so maybe it needed a little exercise.
It's kind of how it is when
He's
you
gonna be like,
so like you just give up using it for a
Right.
while.
Plus,
Now-
if
now
I
she's-
keep talking deeper, then it's not so bad. But when I start going up, then it's like,
Like, if I
no.
If I talk in a sultry voice, it's not so bad.
Yeah, it's okay if I talk like this.
She's like, NDP, when are you and Thrill leaving? Because I know something that Danger and I can do after you're gone.
Ooh, New Vegas. Yeah.
Danger, I know something just the two of us can do.
Yeah, finish New Vegas so I can go back and gamble.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dragons, I haven't seen you on your Switch in like a week.
okay,
Okay.
sorry.
Was that not good for you?
He's been out patrolling the parks looking for women breastfeeding. Call him out.
It was funny tonight because being New Year's, Hunter asked, can I stay up until midnight? I'm like, dude, I don't know if you're gonna make it until midnight. He's like, but there's a special Animal Crossing thing and I really want to see it.
Oh.
Like, you got to be in bed, but if you can stay up and be on your Switch at midnight, that's fine, buddy. Do your thing. It's cool. So at midnight, I was getting ready to go to the bathroom anyway, and I went and checked on him. I'm like, dude, it's midnight. You better get on real quick.
You wake him up. Wake up! It's midnight. Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I haven't even checked it in so long.
Yeah. Even last week for Christmas, I reminded him. He's been playing other stuff. I'm like, hey, have you been on Animal Crossing lately? No. It's like, well, they might be doing a Christmas thing. You might want to check real quick. Because I had them Christmas Day for a while.
Is that soothing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
It is.
Stroking the
best
beard is
part.
always soothing.
That's the best part of a beard, so you can be like, look like you're really considerate. Like, let me think. Let me think.
Let me think.
Really, you're just remembering when your mom brushed your hair.
Whenever I start getting really tired, I start messing with it more and more.
That's not something moms do with boys.
Really?
Not unless it's like a
boys'
total.
hair.
Not unless it's picture day, and there's like, you stupid rat's nest hair. You gotta get pictures at school. I'm paying for them. Get your hair done.
He wakes
Yep.
up with cowlicks every once in a while, and then I'm like, all right, let's get the comb.
Oh, then you're like,
no, I get the
that
comb
cowlick
and I
out.
wet it, and I'm like, but
like
it's
Mom
okay.
spit.
He's
It's
so
better
loved.
than hair gel.
Everybody just gives him giant hugs, whether he's got cowlicks or not.
Like they said, like Mom spit's like hair gel and facial cleanser all in one.
Especially after a knife like this. I got you, son.
Like, you rethink it, like, wait a minute.
There we go.
Mom spit. Like, wait a minute. It's like booze and hooker spit. Wait, what were you doing last night, Mom?
Your father and that wine bottle.
No wonder my cowlick holds down so well.
That's right. Now get to school.
Hold off while I comb your brother down to your hair. Hold still.
They need to look presentable.
Of course, I don't know. Danger had long hair, so it might be different, but
That was a long time ago.
Photos are.
we always had like, as a kid we always had buzz cuts. Like flat tops. I don't know what it was about. I don't know if it was just a thing, but I feel like
Cat.
every fat kid in the 90s had a buzz cut. I was like, oh, my son's a fat kid. Buzz cut.
Cat.
Yep.
Come on.
Although my brothers had them too, and they were skinny kids, so it was just like a thing. Like every kid had like it was like buzz cuts until I was in, I don't know, going into middle school, high school era.
Mm.
And by then you're too old.
Come on.
I was like, now I got a chili bowl.
Yeah.
We always had the bowl cut, like my brother did anyway.
We had the bowl cut, and then
when he was in grade school.
no, ours was. I had a rat tail in grade school. You remember the
I
rat
remember
tails?
a couple of boys who had that, and it was just kind of like, eh. Really? Why?
Rat tails,
They had
then
a
straight
mullet in
buzz
grade
cut,
school.
and we
Though
got
my
like the bowl cut.
third
in
grade boyfriend had one.
like 7th, 8th grade, and then in high school I grew out like a. I don't know. I grew out
What's
in
wrong
high
with you?
school the like Beatles style haircut because I was trying to grow my hair out. So I just ended up with like a Beatles hairdo.
Was it
For a
curly?
while.
No, I've always had straight hair.
Your beard says otherwise.
True, but I always had straight hair as a kid. It was just, but my beard is all wavy.
Interesting.
I had a mullet when I was in preschool.
It may have had that too.
I had one. It
I
was
And
never
then-
on purpose.
I don't know
My
if this will
parents
come
just
through
decided
on
it was a
camera
good
or not,
idea.
but and then like
What,
there
the
was I
mullet?
was at my
Yeah.
grandparents. Like there was me at like 13. Like yeah. Do you remember the bangs fad when that was a thing? When like boys shaved their head and they just had long bangs.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
had that too in my high school, like 14 or something. It was, I think, like my freshman year after that haircut that I decided to start trying to grow it out.
I didn't do anything crazy with my hair until I was like a junior in high school.
Then she dyed it purple.
I cut it all off in a pixie cut and dyed it platinum
Oh,
blonde.
pixie cuts. Ah.
I hated it. I listened to my older sister. I wanted it to just be short and dirty blonde, and she convinced me to do the pixie cut that requires like pomade to buff it in the back
Oh yeah.
and
See?
platinum blonde. I hated
that's-
it so much. I really did.
Did
And
your
then-
teachers
And that's
or
when
then
something?
all
all
the,
the
other high school
rumors
girls looked
started
a little
of me-
differently at Aureolin.
I was like, and then all the rumors started of me being a lesbian because
I was gonna say, and then everybody's like, "Oh my god, she's a lesbian."
Yep. Because I was super buff and I lifted weights and I ran and I had no chest
And you had a pixie cut.
and I had a pixie cut.
Look, we all know if you had short hair, you were a lesbian. That was just how things were in the 90s and early 2000s.
I mean, in their defense, I did look like a boy. Like when I would come in from races and finish a race, I heard people saying, "Did that boy run that whole race?" And it was like, I'm a girl. I just ran the girls' race.
it didn't help that she got caught scissoring a cheerleader on the wrestling mats. So
You know it. Them girls wanted me. No, I was super unpopular.
it's like,
that whole thing sounded to me like Aureolin just wanted a rebel moment.
yeah,
No, I just wanted to change my hairstyle, and I listened
should
to my
have
older
frosted the
sister.
tips with purple or pink or
Yeah.
something. Then it would have been like, hey,
Well, color wasn't like a cool thing then, you know? And
Mm-hmm.
so I just wanted to do like a little bit of blonde like it was when I was younger, and my older sister just convinced me to do platinum blonde, and I hated it so much. I really did.
Color.
see,
general,
in
like,
high
really
school I
get-
would have been into that. 'Cause
get-
I'm like, hey,
get
that's like a
popular
rocker
until, like,
chick with like a pixie
2005.
cut.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really didn't like it. But you wouldn't have been into it because I was like toned muscle and no chest. I mean, like I was all toned muscle.
Possibly.
I was like 105 pounds and 5'2". Like
I don't care. You don't care.
nobody was into me in high school. Nobody liked me. Everybody
okay,
was
nothing
like,
is
that girl likes other girls. And I was like,
That's
screw
okay.
you all.
No.
That was
Nobody
Don't
wanted to
pick
be in
me
high
up,
school,
Frank!
and
I'll
that
bite
continued
you!
into adulthood.
I mean, I had like at least like two, like there was, I say at least, but like I was in a small high school, so there was like 75 people in my graduating class. So it's like I know like 2 to 3 girls that we talked to at lunch that had like the pixie style cuts, but they were like you'd see them wearing like rocker t-shirts and stuff. So, and they were all like small. I don't know. I'd say flat chested, but
They
not
all
to be
wanted to be.
mean. But like
They all
they
wanted
weren't
to be Frank
cheerleaders.
Jet
They
back
weren't
then.
they were like A, B cups, like but they were cool chicks to hang out with
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
because they
didn't
were into
talk to
rock music.
anyone.
All I'm
Super
saying
quiet.
is that
They're like, hey,
no one liked me in the high school, and that continued into adulthood.
say doing your hair that way as a sudden change would have been enough to get enough attention to at least been like have a conversation,
Yeah.
A
regardless of
lot of
anything
people
else.
didn't recognize me because I went from like the long brown
Although
hair, like no bangs. It was just, split in half and it was long and brown. And then I just came in the next day and it like at first it was just short and it was like a home dye job. So it wasn't very good.
Although I
And
would have been like, oh, she's one of the track people, fucking organized sports kids, probably got school spirit or some shit.
nobody knew who I was
Like,
at
I'm on your
first.
sports team.
And then I went to like a hairdresser and they did like the actual platinum blonde and then cut it to the pixie cut. And yeah, I didn't like it the whole time I had it. So I just grew it out and then eventually I got the bangs and I kept them because it's literally the only style I've got. It's like your beard. It's all I got, okay?
Thanks. All I got right now. Okay. I had life before beard.
I thought
I
about
grow my
growing
beard
it
out
out
like
and just
like
letting it join
it
the
was like
length, but so it's the only
had a
thing that
goatee.
defines
No.
me.
I have gotten to a point where it's like I've been growing this beard for so long, like it's just me. I don't know
Yeah,
what I'd do if I shaved it off now.
right. Yeah, I
Like,
like my daughter is like my classmates ask, "Why is your mom's hair so long?" It's like
look, I've had like 6 years I've been working on my beard.
they, they asked me, they're like, "Why is your hair so long?" And I just look at them and I go, "It just keeps growing." Like,
They just assume she's in some religious cult. Like she's a Presbyterian Methodist. Like what?
I either have the people who look at me and go, "Oh my gosh, your hair is so beautiful." I'm like, "Thanks, okay." And then you have the other people who are like, "Oh my gosh, how long have you been growing it?" Like, I don't know.
And I'm like, oh my god, like the hair is so amazing, but I imagine it's a lot of work.
Not
And that
really.
started in like high school when like I watched a girl like get her hair caught in like the desk chair.
That does
Like
happen.
okay,
That did happen quite a bit. Those
and
stupid,
then that just
like, silver bolt things, they just hook your
yes,
hair.
and
Oh my
wobbly
gosh.
back where like you could lean like just pivot just a little bit.
You go to get up and it's just like rip.
And
Oh,
then I go, I wonder how many people just yank on it. Like yank.
you go to sit in a chair and you see the hair and you're like, oh man, that
Yep.
sucks.
And then that continued every as you get older, and then like you get into like commingling, showering, and you're like, man, that's a lot of work to like wet that and soap it and dry it, and then they flick their hair and slap you in the face with it, and you fall out of the shower because it's like getting rid of
What?
a 10-pound weight. Like, can you wash my hair? Like, whew, I got whiplash now. You broke my neck.
Can you wash my hair? Can you wash my beard?
Because I always come from again.
I'd wash
maybe,
a beard.
call it trimming, where it's like, oh, like women have long hair,
I don't know if I trust someone else to wash my hair properly, though. They'd probably end up getting it into a big rat's nest or something.
Yes.
Like, no thanks. I got it. I gotta get all that dead hair out too. So just back off.
Why are there so many nits in this hair?
It's like you're just showering
Ever
and
comb
you
this?
grab it and just go to wring it and you come out with like a handful
just
of hair
twist
and you're
it,
like,
like-
splat it on the wall.
It's like, okay, well, I'm done with my shower, so I'll see you in 15 minutes when you're done washing your hair.
Then you just flick around. What? Don't you dare leave the shower without me.
I can't get out. I'm trapped in the hair. Help!
That's right. That's what it is for. Yeah, I love it when guys are like, I find long hair sexy. And it's like,
Yes.
really? Do you find it sexy when they're like over top of you and it's just like engulfing you? Like,
Yeah.
hey!
Until you start to grow a beard, and then it's like Velcro. Like
You're in the
hair
hair
is like
cave.
Velcro to your beard. It's like, shh.
It
You are
does.
my
It's awful.
captive.
The only time it's unsexy is when it's stuck in the drain.
True.
That's why I try to make a point of putting it on the wall,
Or-
and then I can put it over where I can grab it afterwards.
Or you're trying to like rearrange like in bed, and you're like, oh, hold on, my elbow's in her hair. Let me. Oh, my hand's holding her. Like, oh, my hair.
That sounds like a lady who doesn't know how to control her hair. You have to take it and ball it and throw it up over your pillow. Throw it up over there, and then it's fine. It's out of the
Or
way.
like-
And if it's just recently washed like this, then you could sleep on it. It's like, oh my gosh,
Or
it smells
it's like,
so
oh,
good.
I just want to give her a quick kiss, and it's like, well, let me swap the hair out of the way so I can get the skin. Like, are you under there somewhere? Hold on. And you're like, oh, she fell asleep on the couch. So let me just put her in bed. I stepped on her hair, carrying her to bed. Now we're on the floor. Ugh.
Yeah, I love how Chrono's like, don't cut your hair. And I'm like, really? You realize how much this gets in the way, right? Like,
It's
at
like,
this point, not only do I sit on it, but like I have to throw it when I get in bed.
it just sprawls out. Like, huh?
I have to be very careful, like twist it up and then toss it over my pillow, because otherwise then it does end up on his side of the bed, and then like if his hand gets in it, then it's like I wake up to, oh gosh, frick,
Yep.
stop it.
Ah,
No, Chrono, it's not baby time right now.
Wait, baby? Okay. And then he wakes up fully. Wait, no! Too late.
he was like, pull my hair. I am, but I'm still in the doorway. Hold on.
Right? Like I'm trying to shut the door to our bedroom and it's like, ah! No! Frick!
A friend of mine in high school, and she had long hair, and then she cut it off. She's like, when she started driving, she goes, I closed it in the car door.
Yep.
And it was like, nope, I'm cutting my hair.
I have definitely done that.
When you close it in the car door, she's like, I'm done with this.
I feel like I almost got to the point of hacking it off when I became concerned of sitting on it on the toilet. Then I was
She's like,
maybe I should cut it, but I don't know.
super cute, though.
I just have like
Hey,
I'm so average featured that like this is all I got going for me. So I don't see a reason to hack it off. Hey cat,
I
what's
see
up?
a cattail.
Meow.
Yes. This is the Mira floof.
Meow, meow.
This is the deaf one. This is the one who, when I woke up to laser tag, she was asleep at my feet, and my son decided that she was a great gun prop. set it right on her and just started shooting, and she just was like, huh? All right, whatever. It just like went back to sleep. The props of having a deaf cat when you have kids. Isn't that right, baby? Isn't that right? Yeah, you can't hear anything they're screaming.
No.
Wish.
You
Oh,
have a
and
deaf
the
cat.
floof. Here's the floof.
My mom has a blind cat that is also going deaf, so she has a cat that's old.
Gosh darn it, cat.
Like, yeah, you have a deaf and a blind cat that like will randomly like try to walk on a coffee table and fall off of it.
Oh no, poor baby.
And like they just found a spot behind a chair, and she's like, "It's looking for water." Like, it's over there.
Oh,
But he's
poor
getting
darling.
old. Great cat, just old. They just
Yeah.
randomly meow because like he's lost in the house, like meow.
Oh.
And he's, you know, he gets sinus infections or whatever. Like, well, now he can't smell, so he's completely just
Oh.
out of it. He's just
Yeah.
lost.
Poor baby. Yeah.
Poor cat.
For
He had
this...
one bad eye from a cat fight because he was a stray she adopted years ago, and so she'd have to clean his eye out and put drops in. And then he had some kind of like he got cataracts on his good eye, so they ended up having to just like to treat that, but they found he had like a tumor,
Oh,
so they had to
no.
remove his eye. It's like his good eye. Like he's already blind in one eye from like when he was a younger cat and got into a cat fight. You couldn't take out the bad eye; they had to take his good eye out.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, for this cat being deaf, you would not believe how loudly she meows. She knows what a meow is, and she just... I mean, like, if she thinks that you don't see her, she screams. Like, yes! I see you! Frick! Calm down! Gosh!
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head to bed, guys. I'm
Yeah, me
getting
too.
tired.
Me too.
Have a good night.
The kids are gonna
All
have
right.
any minute anyway.
Yeah, they're like, hey, it's New Year's. Do we get presents?
Never!
I need a game for my Switch.
They got snacks and cookies. They're all right.
Snacks and cookies. I have moon pies in your face.
Ooh, you win.
I
Are
have
they double decker?
Hershey
No,
chocolate lava
Okay,
cakes
I win.
I also have Scrapple for the morning.
Ooh.
and kettle corn.
Mm.
I know Thrill doesn't care much about popcorn, but
I don't. I'm not
Care
a
about
popcorn
popcorn.
person.
But kettle corn is pretty fantastic.
I
They're like, ugh.
But then again,
Popcorn.
Scrapple.
don't know why you don't like popcorn.
I don't know. I never cared much for it.
Man,
I don't like it because
I'll eat it occasionally, but I'm just not a big popcorn person. Unless I
I
have
don't
a
like it
craving
because
for
I
it.
worked at the movie theater and the smell of it makes my stomach turn.
I didn't even work at a movie theater, and smelling it at a movie theater makes my stomach turn. Like, ugh,
Really? That's so shocking.
movie theater popcorn.
Maybe because getting popcorn when I was growing up was like special, so it's like popcorn.
It was just working there, like the smell of it reminds me of it, and it was the worst job I ever had. And it just, yeah, no.
Don't like it.
Scrapple smells way better than popcorn.
Then your house will smell like Scrapple for like 3 days afterwards,
That's fine.
like bacon.
Dragon's over there going, yeah, popcorn.
There's like popcorn. Yes.
I'm just
I got
over
some-
here listening to all the food. And I'm like, should
My
I eat a snack
popcorn.
before I go to bed, or should I go to bed?
I'll eat the rest of
He's
the
gonna
pizza
pop
that I
some
made.
popcorn.
If it's caramel popcorn, I'm down. If it's regular popcorn, I'll take it or leave it.
Well, caramel's
Yeah.
too sweet. You gotta get some
Yeah.
kettle corn, some white
Regular
cheddar,
popcorn,
or some buttered
About the only popcorn I eat anymore is either fresh kettle corn, or just like the tin of
Oh,
like the regular cheddar and then caramel corn that you get at Christmas.
It's just too sweet with the caramel on it.
I like caramel.
Caramel's
may have been
just
traumatized in high school trying the popcorn trick with a girl at the movie theater, and as I just can't have popcorn ever again.
Cut a hole at the bottom of the bag, and that's all the explanation I'm gonna give.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought maybe it was like put your hand in it and just leave it there until she goes for some.
no. You
No,
put something else in there
that's
until
way
she
more
puts her
interesting.
hand in there.
Did you do this?
No. Although I did go take a
Good.
girl to the movies, and you know how you're supposed to do the old yawn and stretch trick?
Sure.
And you reach over to put your arm around her after you yawn. And we were watching like a horror movie. So I did the old like yawn, and then when I put my arm around her, she was like, ah! Like jumped because it was a scary movie, and it just kind of ruined the whole appeal.
I always laughed during horror movies. I loved them in high school. I was like, ha ha ha! How fun would this be to record? This is awesome!
I was like, oh, I don't remember what movie it was now.
Aureolin.
I loved them.
I
Man,
always
They
love
saw her
horror
in
movies
movie
too.
theaters, and they're like, okay, she has a pixie cut, she's toned, and she's laughing in horror films. We're all gonna die.
there were some people who got offended. There was one time when people got offended by my laughing during a horror film. They were like, "This is not funny." And I just was like, "I can't help it. I just can only imagine them filming this and all these actors just like, ah! It's like it's so freaking funny."
I loved horror movies, and I would laugh at stuff in it too. Like, ha ha! Look at that.
Mhm.
I mean, the Saw movies were some of my favorites when I was in high school. I loved that. The
So
whole, like,
that's when early on Aureolin realized she loved murder.
I don't think I saw the Saw movies until later, but I usually went
liked
to like
them.
the dollar theater, so it was usually stuff that had already been through all the main theaters. And
I think I was already working at the theater when the first Saw movie came out.
yeah,
Yeah, the first few were, like, really good because, like, this whole idea of, like, there really was a way for them to escape if they just thought about it.
Mhm.
And I really liked it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so brilliant. And then later in the Saw movies, it became more murderous and
yeah,
not the same. I was like, that's not Saw. What?
Yeah, I feel like the first three were very psychological, and then
Yeah.
after that, it just kind of got. It was just there for gore more than anything else.
Right. I was like, why did they do that? I thought it was so cool that those first ones, it was like literally if they had just thought about the puzzle, they could have figured out a way to get out without ever maiming themselves, but they didn't. And
Mhm.
and then later it was like, no, you have to basically kill yourselves to escape. Like, what?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's not Saw.
But then a lot of those ended up being a different killer, technically, too.
Yeah,
Which
it was the
kinda-
other person.
Which is just gave it an unnecessary twist because at the
Yeah.
same time, it's like, yeah, that's not what it was originally for. So.
Yeah, and I mean, and like in the first ones, it was all about how like he was teaching to pass on that lesson and stuff, and
Mhm.
then it just didn't happen. Like, I'm disappointed
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. After a while, it just became a gore fest.
Yeah.
It can be fun, but it's not what you expected from Saw.
It's
so.
not what I wanted. I wanted like, where's the exit? And then there wasn't one. Like, what? That's not what I
Yeah.
wanted. But
It was kind of how I felt with them too.
yeah. I really liked the first few though. I was like, "Oh my gosh, like this is really cool."
Mhm.
Especially that very first one, you know, when like he gets up from the floor. It's like, "Oh
And
my
it's new.
gosh, that's
Yeah.
so cool."
Yeah. The first one's classic.
Yeah.
Really good.
But people did not
Indeed.
appreciate the laughing.
I even like scary movie making fun of it when he saws
What?
off
The
his
wrong foot.
The wrong foot. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those movies are
Shaq
just
had to make a
hilarious,
free throw.
though.
All right, bye, NDP.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm out. Screw this.
I don't want to talk about Saw.
We got scared.
Jeez.
Yeah. Oh,
Too tired for your BS.
Oh, his internet died.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Alright, I am out though. I'm gonna get a quick snack and then get myself
me
in bed
too.
before
It's
the kids
4.
wake
I'm taking
me
the
up.
dog out and I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
So you guys
Next
are
weekend, tank top
really...
streams.
Woohoo!
See my pasty white arms. Like, ah, damn.
Yeah! I'm already
Whiter
used to
than
that
the-
with the Chrono. I have to beg him to wear a t-shirt.
I wear t-shirts. I just don't ever go outside,
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
especially in the wintertime. I ain't wearing no t-shirt.
I beg him to go outside. I
Ain't
beg
no
him to wear
sun.
t-shirts. I act like he's super sexy when he wears them. It just doesn't work. I don't know.
Well, I'll see you guys later.